pick ile yenye unasema by the way this one gives me hope, iombewe, alafu we get to hope that the country makes it to the next many years to come. Please help me welcome Diana to the stage.
Good morning, taxpayers. Good morning, taxpayers. Wakenya power. Wakenya, gai muko na uzuni hivi. Kuimbe kwanza. Ni uzuni. Naomba hii microphone sababu hii moja inadiscriminate mimi na daktari. Na mimi mpaka nimevaa high heel. Mimi si mhubiri Reverend Evans anaelekea kuingia. Good morning. Sasa at least mnanipea ka energy. I've been asked to come and set the stage. We are gathered here as Okoa Uchumi, si ndio? Na wakati tuliulizwa whether we have water, tulisema Okoa tuko na fare. Tufanye nini? Tuokoe uchu? Okoa Uchumi is a coalition of civil society organizations that started with organizations that understand the budget. Then with time, those organizations, namely Budgeti Hub, the Institute for Social Accountability, Institute for Economic Affairs, Institute for Public Finance, Oxfam, National Taxpayers Association, Kenya Human Rights Commission, Transparency International. Hao ni watu walikuwa naona wanajua kusoma budget. Then wakatafuta wengine, East Africa Tax Justice Network. Wakagundua their knowledge of the budget is not enough based on what was happening in this country. And we expanded it to become a people's coalition. Because once we understand the budget, we must bring it back to the people so that you understand what happens in, what is contained in those numbers and how it will affect you. So today, like Sonia has said, we are gathered here at All Saints Cathedral. It is a cathedral because where our budget is 4.8. 4.8? How many zeros are those? 12 zeros. Like the 12 disciples. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Today's forum, you will be guided by the Constitution 1. Okay? The Constitution. Tutasoma yote, but sana tutakuwa tunarudi Article 10 na Chapter 12. Number 2, kama uko na Biblia utatoa. Because the history of budgeting, taxation, oppression and debt is documented in the Bible, it is documented in the Quran. So tutasoma Biblia. Finally, tutasomewa budget. Hiyo budget mimi niko na bahati nimesomewa. So when Buddy goes to parliament, I will go and plant avocados because we will already. Alafu tutasoma hii finance bill. Hii ndio finance bill. Then tutaamua vile tunataka na hii finance bill and hopefully craft our own. Our host, the provost for All Saints has arrived, so I will behave a bit ndio ajue ninasomanga Biblia. And Reverend, we've said we've come here symbolically because All Saints Cathedral over the years has not only been a temple of God, but has been a temple of justice. Historically, 2024 it was mainly All Saints, St. Andrews, and Jamia Mosque that became heavens for doctors, paramedics who were rescuing the freedom fighters of economic justice, the youth who, whenever they were targeted by police, this place remained safe. But during the second liberation, we know the second liberation. Who are members of the second liberation? Hawako hapa, si ndio? But we know them. The political prisoners. The mothers of political prisoners led by Wangari Maathai. Again, when they were stranded around Uhuru Park, this also became a home for them, a place where food was cooked, so we associate ourselves with the All Saints Cathedral. As Okoa Uchumi, in 2024, tulipotengeneza hii bendera yetu, ini bendera by the way. Hii bendera inasema, funga wezi. Tufanye nini? Ndio tusifanye nini? Tusikope. Are we together? Tufanye nini? Tufunge wezi, ndio tusiko. When Uhuru was president, he told us we were losing 2 billion every day. When the budget analysis will be presented, you will learn that the deficit on average that got us to the, was it 9 trillion debt that Uhuru left us with, thereabout, was accumulated, the deficit was 2 billion a day. So ile pesa wanasemanga hatuna ndio huwa wanaiba. Kenya Association of Manufacturers and yours truly, Diana Gishengo, did a study and we held that we were losing 3 billion a day. 3 billion a day. So in a year we were losing a trillion. Again, that is what we are borrowing. So we borrow not because Kenyans don't pay tax. We borrow because people must steal. People must steal from SHA. People must steal from who? From education, from e-citizen. People must steal from G2G, G2B, and many others. But us being here at All Saints Cathedral is a bit of contradiction, because we are here in a space of truth, of justice. But the Kenya we live in today, truth is buried. Truth is buried under layers of something called supplementary budget. Something called? Whenever you hear that we have a big budget, kama ukisikia 4.8 trillion, unapeleka prayer request hapa. Sababu, a certain group of people in Kenya, 1%, will become richer from contracts and from stealing. Increasing the budget in Kenya does not mean better education. It does not mean better health services. It means a small group of people will become richer. And because members of Okoa Uchumi and other Kenyans have educated us on the budget process, and we took part in that process, they mock us every day by turning around what we tell them to be the budget priorities and turning them around in supplementary budgets. Supplementary budgets ndio huwa zina change design ya State House. Tuko pamoja? Supplementary budget ndio huwa zinapeana pesa ya empowerment through the office of the president or deputy president. Kenyans do not pass that in the ordinary budget. Other things and truths are hidden in tax codes in things called reliefs to allow for investment. This was quite a year. The deficit grew, the budget deficit, like we had to borrow more than we anticipated. Last week, I was told, I knew already, I know the room has very many people who are working on food justice, chakula. Na comrades Mainama. We had increase in malnutrition. The rate of malnutrition is about 36% in Kenya. And this was confirmed to us in the World Bank in the most painful way. You know what they told us? We're fellow taxpayers. They told us they have done research. And this side of the Sahara, Africans are becoming shorter. They have done research. And every year we are becoming shorter by 1 centimeter because of malnutrition and stunted. Well, in other places, people are becoming. Let that one sink. As we were growing shorter, schools had less teachers, they had less books, and feeding programs were looking more desperate. This is the year we learned that EPRA does not even use AI or algorithm. They just need us to tell them, pandisha kerosene, shukisha. Sindio? That the people's power can determine the cost of fuel in this country. And I'm hoping that we will start using that increasingly. Let us talk about the peculiar math that they use in State House. When the average Kenyan is struggling to put a meal on the table, our partners, Oxfam, told us food prices have increased by nearly 60% over the last 5 years, and with the current fuel prices, they are likely to double. But you know, the budget of the presidency has increased by the same amount. Mnajua hivyo? Budget ya president haijapungua. Imeongezeka na 59%. Na bei ya chakula imeongezeka na 60%. So lazima tuongeze bei ya chakula ndio wale watu wako in power waishi vizuri. Najua hata hamjakasirika. Si ndio? Therefore, the only thing that is getting fatter, healthier, is the cost of maintaining those in power. Not the cost of ensuring that the people who ought to have the ultimate residual power are healthy. When we are told we are tightening our belt, people are making us tighten our belts while theirs are being loosened. This is not about a budget. This is outright greed. This is outright greed. Tufungue Bible. Isaiah 10. Mko na Biblia? Isaiah 10. Mstari wa kwanza. Isaiah, kuna mtu wako na Biblia? Mstari wa kwanza na wa pili. Chapter 10. Kabisa. Ya pili. Olewa? Woe unto those who make unjust laws, to those who issue oppressive decrees, to deprive the poor of their rights and withhold justice from the oppressed. The Constitution is not with them, the Bible is not with them, God is not with them. God is with the people who are being oppressed. We know the cost of justice because we are a people of a struggle. Look at our history. I have already said that where we have gotten, and Dr. Rugo will come after this, he has educated me that we are lucky now budgets are available. Tuko pamoja? Budget ilikuwa inaprintiwa government printers. Mnajua kwenye government printers wako? Wako wapi? Na pale chini Kenya Poli. Na hapo munapanga laini. Budget inakuanga very many pages. Hiyo ndio wata analyze. By the time wanamaliza kuanalyze, supplementary ishale. So we have fought and grown to a certain extent. The budgets are now available and we can discuss them. Part of what offends the political class is that we now understand the budget process and the financing process. It makes them very, very uncomfortable, but it has come at a very, very high price. Now, what are we looking at? I have already highlighted that we have a very high budget that is going fast to repay debt. And debt repayment is painful because in the first place, all the debt that was borrowed, majority of it, from the Auditor General's report, some of it never hit our consolidated bank, some of it was never used for what it was supposed to do, the bulk of it was misappropriated and stolen. The second part goes to pay salaries. And then a very, very small portion is left for us to scramble over and look like we are making progress. Yet every year they announce a bigger figure. We are also here to tell you that by the time we are done with the next budget, hii mwaka tumesema tuko 12.8, deni yetu ni 12.8. 12.8. By the time tunamaliza next year, hiyo deni itakuwa imegonga 14. By the numbers zinaenda mbio mbio. Hii syllabus ni mbio. Siaka. By next year, the budget will be minimum 14.1. Sababu deficit ni 1.1. Kama sahi tuko 14.8 na 12.8 na hatujamaliza mwaka, mimi naona wakiomba another ka 100 billion ya kumalizia budget tufike 12.9. Deficit ya next year ni 1.1, na hizi mashida zote za election, hiyo deficit itapanda. But unaona ni by the way, those who are business people here, is it usually a very good thing to keep telling people, deni yangu imeongezeka, mimi ni yule mse? Is that a good thing? But that is how much our debt is growing. When that happens, they expect us to pay taxes the same way. And I do not want to quote a foreigner, I just want to quote Chepsai, Ali, the chairperson of rig owners. Umemsikia? ni mmoja wa kiongozi wa hii mgomo yenye inatusaidia kushukisha bei ya mafuta. Amesema where Kenyans are, and he has said him is a rich person. He's a rich person. He owns heavy equipment. Where Kenyans are, there is no opportunity to increase bei ya hospitali, to increase taxes, to increase bei ya mafuta. I add, there is no place to increase bei ya stima. If you increase the costs that must be met out of Kenyans' pocket right now, you want us to move from 40% poverty rate to 70% poverty rate. The taxation that is going on in this country is extraction and driving us not into prosperity, but into poverty. My little reading of the finance bill, they are experts. Two things have annoyed me. And it is in the quest to push for enforcement. First, for all the women who are here, we need to boycott tax. Because they still say, he shall pay in this bill. Tawasomea. He, him, his. As if we women don't pay. We are not taking that typographical error lightly. But secondly, they say those who file nil returns should file them by when? Nil returns, mmeambiwa mfile mapema. Si January? Na mkuwa mmemaliza by? Nil returns will now be filed earlier, not in June. Who files nil returns? Students are the ones who file nil returns. It is nil returns are filed by students and people who are without incomes. So this is a very discriminatory bill. It discriminates against women, number one. Number two, it discriminates against young people who are just starting to earn. It also discriminates against poor people. Fellow Kenyans and taxpayers, that is the context. Please verify for yourself. Do not rely on me and ask me for the specific clauses. Let us not leave here today with just prayer requests. Let us leave here with a message that we must take to our members of parliament on the cost of fuel, on taxation, on the budget, and even on the cost of electricity. That will remain very, very important. And what we have done is we have lined up experts in this area. Wakitumia kizungungumu, muwasimamishe immediately. Ndio tutoke hapa kama tumeelewa. What we need to know is this year's budget is the one that will be used entirely for campaigns. Because by the time we pass the next budget, it will only be one final month of campaign in July, then we go for elections. So that budget is likely to be mischievous, and thereafter, we must monitor. And this becomes an opportune time to stop any unnecessary supplementary budget that will leave us with a heavier burden. It is said that every time an election year is happening, our deficit Our deficit means what is not financed and which we ultimately borrow increases significantly. I want to close by making us sing the last two chapters of the national anthem, because before we sing any other song, right there is a message around what we must do. Maya Angelou would have told us we must rise. But even before she wrote and all of us could read, our national anthem already told us to arise. And what we are doing is not to destroy our country. We are coming here to build our country so that Kenya na Wakenya wastahili heshima. So I want to request, before we get to the next speaker, we rise up and sing the second stanza and third stanza of the national anthem in Kiswahili. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, kuilinda na tujenge taifa letu. Ndia wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani. Asanteni sana. Pamoja kazini kwa sasa is all of us must audit and oversight this government on expenditure and let them set the right priorities for economic freedom of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Oh, we have our first prayer request. That's nice. Thank you, Diana, for reminding us that our voices are the currency of accountability. You have asked us to go and ask our MPs on the costs of things. And after you're speaking, I'm left with about 4.8 trillion questions. Did you get my point? How many questions do I have? Questions. Ongeza hapo mwisho. Questions. So our hashtag for the day is 4.8 trillion questions. And the second one is adulting na taxes. Si tumeisikia? How hard is it to adult in this season? With everything going on, unafikiria after hiyo pay imeingia, what do I need to prioritize first? Ndio nione entertainment amount imebaki kiasi gani. Ama ni kwangu tu? Ni kwangu? Ama ni mimi tu niko na entertainment yenye imebaki? Naweza kuwa najicount lucky niko na entertainment. But we really do appreciate that. As we welcome the next person on stage, I want to remind us the late Kajwang's common phrase. Ilikuwanga gani? Someone has said it somewhere. Uyo mtu. Tutasema mapambano baadaye. Kuna ile ya get ready. Mnaikumbuka? I just can't do the way he used to do it, but he used to do it in a manner that makes you want to get up. So continue getting ready as we continue having this conversation. The next speaker, I don't want to miss the titles. So we will have the very Reverend Canon Evans Omolo, Provost of All Saints Cathedral, speaking to us or reflecting with us on the social justice in public finance and good governance. And ideally what we are hoping to get from him is, where do we get the hope? Where do we get the hope in this season? Yes, you can come up. And as he speaks, I hope you will remember the woman who we saw on TV this week, who was saying that she had to walk from Kangemi to Westlands because fare imepanda double.
Thank you, Sonia. You know, shida hii All Saints Cathedral ni kwamba watu ni warefu kama mimi. So even a lectern like this is meant for taller people. So shorter people like Diana and Sonia wanapotea hapa nyuma. Ninaomba mniletee hii lectern fupi kama Sonia. ili wasipotee hapa nyuma tafadhali. Hii pia inaweza kuwa injustice vile imesahaulika kwenye taratibu ya bajeti yetu. So most of our priests are tall, so that is the reason why this is taller. Abraham, you see, I'm already canvassing for you, so I will actually not speak because the ED for TISA, Diana, my good friend, has already spoken. But allow me very briefly, in less than 5 minutes, to say only 3 things. Number one, that economies are grown by taxation. So taxation is the largest avenue for growth of many economies. But in many developing nations, taxation is used to misapply both power and resources to favor a few people. And therefore, what we have in our country today, as other countries that neighbor us, and potentially across Africa, is misapplication of taxation. So one, you realize that we are overtaxed, but then number two, that taxation is misapplied in terms of what Diana has already mentioned, in terms of wastages and all that. If you look at the government itself, if you look at the civil service, the HR portfolio, if somebody hired you to rationalize the HR establishment in civil service, Kenya could release almost 30% of its budget to grow the economy and to make doing business better in this country, because there are duplication of roles, there are jobs that are not supposed to be there, there are jobs that we hear experts are being hired, or they're called what? Those ones of status, what are they called? Advisors. Yet, for example, if you take, for example, Treasury has a plethora of economists whose role is to advise, isn't it? Why would you need David Ndii as an additional advisor with a budget of 100 million? Why? Why are we paying the top economists in Treasury? In every other segment of government, ministry, or department, you'll have experts who are being paid by your tax and mine to serve the nation. So I think taxation is misapplied, and that is why this conversation is very important. Diana has mentioned a few areas of wastages, including how certain offices are resourced. So you see a deputy president gobbling unexplainable amounts of money in choppers alone. And so you wonder, how does that translate into improving the economy? You look at the guzzler vehicles that are being used by big people, fleets of vehicles, and that is a misapplication of resources that as citizens we must rise up and speak against. You see dishing out of monies by heavy political players who are aligned to government, and you wonder, where are all these monies coming from? And therefore, Dr. Rugo, as we engage in this conversation and as we look forward to the reading of the budget, we would want to hold the government accountable and ask them, as you want to pass the Finance Bill 2026 to finance this budget, which Diana has ably explained to us the import of this budget as it rolls into the next election, what are the areas of exploiting Kenyans? What are the areas of stifling businesses? What are the areas where money has been hidden to do dodgy and fishy things? And how can we, as citizens, do what I lastly call our civic responsibility? Because the more we keep quiet, the more we validate, the more we allow, the more we enable. And therefore, you and I must be angry enough to say enough, to say enough is enough. Lastly, the Kenya Bankers Association has made some very impressive proposals, especially around reduction of taxes. So they're proposing, if taxes were to be reduced by an average of 5% across all bands, then that would release 28 billion shillings in one financial year, and that 28 billion shillings would create 36,000 jobs. And those 36,000 jobs would then create a collection of tax which KRA would recover of 31 billion against 28 billion that they're taking from us. And when you have such conversations, then we must ask, we must be very keen to comb with the toothpick the finance bill. And our proposal is, we are overtaxed, and that tax is being misapplied. We must push back so that we get more monies to run the economy, so that more jobs are created, we grow the band at the bottom. Dr. Rugo and your team, Tom, Diana, all of us, I pray that the Lord inspires us here to make commitments to hold people who must be held accountable. All Saints Cathedral, we stand for that. Many of you will know that we are among the few city churches that don't compromise when it comes to demanding good governance. And obviously you remember our role in June 2024. You remember our role last year. And we remain standing on the front line to push, because we are prophets of our time. If we fail to do it now, then we will not have generations to pay taxes even in future. I hand back over to Sonia. Thank you. Let me just ask as she comes, are we live? Are we live? All right. So wacha nisiseme. No, si ati naogopa kusema it is not political. It is not political. No, I just wanted to say this sitting arrangement for conversations does not reflect the class of All Saints Cathedral, and therefore I will request, as the sessions go on, we set up here to reflect the character of the national cathedral. Isn't it? Hii viti mumeweka hapa haistahili. Sasa nani ni fundi wa floor? Who is the floor manager? Please see me here. As the conversations go on, we set up a very nice setup here with nice tables. We are a class church bar now.
Thank you for that. We apologize for kuangusha, tuna improve. But you started by saying I'm short, so I'm trying to question if this one, is it not too short? But thank you. I felt Nikama I had to be up to be seen. But one of the things I'm picking from his submissions is that even silence is a voice. Did you get it? Tukinyamaza, pia tumepika side. And he elaborated by saying if we keep quiet, we are still giving them power to continue mismanaging the public finance that we have. Sawa sawa. So as you live here, your one question will add to the 4.8 trillion questions that we have, and it will enhance the voice that we have as citizens. We keep on being reminded that as citizens, we need to take up our responsibility. So the next speaker is going to highlight for us what is in the budget, so that then as we leave here and take up your citizen responsibility, as we mentioned, information is power, sindio? So we leave here knowing exactly what we are expected to say, and what and how you can use what you have had from this session to be able to actively raise your voice and speak to the areas that affect you and the community that you represent here. The next speaker is Dr. Abraham Rugo, the Executive Director for Budgeting Hub. Kindly help me to welcome him up to the stage. Makofi Mesha, until he gets here. Thank you.
Confirm we have sanitizer, then I can remove my mask. I have a bad cold. If I'm told there is, I will. If there isn't, I'll stay as I am for the sake of the next speakers. I'm Jambo, but you can hear my voice. Good, good. So mimi naitwa Abraham Rugo. Nafurahia sana kupata nafasi ya leo kuongea na sisi wote. It's a joy for me to be able to share today's session. Despite what I'm feeling, I say this one I must come because I've been in this journey for a long time. Quite a long time, actually, to say the least. I started this work in 2005. Wangapi walikuwa wameanza hii kazi 2005? Okay, precisely 2007. Wangapi walikuwa, how many were working in 2007? I just want to, no shaming. Aya, wangapi walikuwa 2017? 2017. Who are working in 2007? If you are working 2007, how many of us were in this space in 2007? Good. I see the hands. Now, that's very nice, because this means that we have new faces. All of you are new faces in this space, and therefore, it's a good thing that you are in this space. But secondly, I also want to appreciate that the energy that I see. Having worked in budgets from those days that Diana is talking about, where literally we had to carry some big books, 1,000 pages. You wait for the budget to be read on a Thursday, and then by the time the budget speech is finished, and the government printers will not sell the books until the minister finished reading. So one day, I remember it must have been 2008 or thereabout. Was it 2007 or 2008? Professor Saitoti read the speech and kept reading until about 6:30. He read for 4.5 hours. And by the time we got to the government offices, government printers, they had closed. So they said, come on Friday. So you go on Friday, and this was the journey. You go on Friday, you buy the books, the current, the development. Hizo ni kumaanisha recurrent ni zile zimeandikwa pesa yote ya walimu, ya payments, ya salaries na nini, alafu unakuja kwa ile ya capital expenditure, ile iko na projects zote ambazo zitafanywa. Then you go and type the numbers. Are you hearing what I'm saying? Then you analyze and prepare a report so that by the time Parliament meets on Tuesday the following week and they start discussing the budget, you have sent your memorandum. Yes. So we used to work over the weekend. Anybody who was working in budget work at the Institute of Economic Affairs and few other organizations, it was an over the weekend discussion. That has changed. That has changed significantly, and therefore today, I know people are waiting for June, is it 13th? I think it's June 13th. Is it June 13th or June 14th when the speech will be read? But if I were you, I would not wait for June 14th. Like Diana, I would go plant avocados. Because budget already tuko nayo. Those of you who have your phones right now, if you went to treasury.go.ke, treasury.go.ke, no, forget about treasury.go.ke. Go to Parliament, P-A-R-L-I. Hey, why R and L must never follow each other? Ayajua tu kuna R na kuna L. Ama kuna R na ero. So whatever it is. Parliament.go.ke. Uko hapo? There is something I didn't need to explain today. So that we stop this misinformation everywhere. Now, scroll on your right side of the phone. There are 3 lines. Kabla ni watu wa Android wanitaandike, acha ni confirm what I'm saying. So karibu niseme, I hope they're on the same side, just like for iPhone. So on those 3 lines, you will see, when you open parliament.go.ke, because it's important we do this exercise, can you see somewhere written budget documents? Scroll down, just scroll down. Yes. Do you see somewhere written budget documents? Tuko pamoja hadi hapo? The documents ambazo ziko hapo are the official documents being discussed for budget for 2026-2027. Just go down there, you will see budget documents. You will see something written 2026-2027 budget documents. Ama hapo juu budget books financial year 2026-2027. So that then we don't misinform ourselves. Don't just read ile unaona kwa TikTok, Instagram, all our WhatsApp pages. Go there and download for yourself. Now I know unaweza sema bana, but nikifungua your document, like the main one there, which is you'll see it's written PBB, basically program-based budget. I know it's a 1,200 pages. Now, leave the poor souls like ourselves to go through those ones, and Alexander Rithi and a few others. Go and search. So you know the search function? Search ile sector ambayo uko interested nayo. Is it education? Is it healthcare? You know, health. Is it agriculture? Is it police? Wengine wanakuanga too interested na police. Yeah? Is it the presidency? Whichever area you are interested in, go to that section. And if once you're in that section, there are very basic questions unaweza kujiuliza. Swali ya kwanza, hii budget inaenda juu ama inaenda chini? Plus or minus? Na kama inaenda juu, why? The question is why. Kama inaenda chini, the question is why. Now you don't need to go further than that in your analysis. That is enough of a memorandum. You can send to Parliament and say, I see the budget for the office of the president is going up by 1 million shillings. Why? Mbona? Hello? Memorandum sio vitu mingi. Usiketi hapo ukasiriki ati mimi sijui kufanya analysis. Uliza mbona. Utaenda sections zingine utakuta iko dash. Unaona last year kulikuwa na pesa bilioni 2, another section sasa iko dash, kumaanisha imepewa 0. Mbona? Simple. Just ask the question, why? Mbona? Ukienda kule chini kabisa kwa hiyo document, utakuta mahali kitu ambayo inaitwa Consolidated Fund Services. Hello? Consolidated Fund Services. It's important. Now, Consolidated Fund Services ndio iko na zile pesa ambazo ni malipo ya deni ya serikali. Deni ya umma, deni yetu. So the amount of money that we are going to pay in debt. Number 2, the amount of money we are going to pay in pensions. And number 3, the amount of money we are paying our constitutional office holders for them to be independent. They better be. Now, again, you will notice something very significant about those numbers, and I'll come to the presentation shortly. Ya kwamba it's been going up. Hello? It's been going up. And the question is, why? Now, leave the other detailed analysis to ourselves. We will ask, because we know the why, we will try and ask more whys. But I want you to go to slide number, this presentation we have prepared it with the help of my team, but also with one of our consultants who is in the room, Eric Kinaga, just wave. Eric used to be in TISA, then went through a journey of life and has finally come to Bajeti Hub. So TISA mna produce watu wazuri. Haya, tuwapige makofi. Msaidia kupigia makofi bana, ndio niitwe next time. Oh, by the way, I used to be in politics, but I retired. That's a good part. Anyway, let's go to the ninth slide. That one, yes. Now, nataka kwanza na big picture. Tell your neighbor big picture. Now, this is not very clear, but I will explain it. Because everything else you will hear from me this morning, ukisahau kila kitu nitasema, usisahau haya mambo manne. Mambo mangapi? Najua nyinyi wengi wetu tumesikia kitu inaitwa dilemma. Wangapi washajipata kwa dilemma ama ni kama situationship? Dilemma. Haujui kama utaenda mbele ama utarudi nyuma. Kuna wengine wamesikia trilemma. Kuna njia tatu, njia panda tatu. Sasa leo nataka kuwapresentia quadrilemma. Njia 4. Ambazo kama taifa lazima tufikirie. We must think and worry. These are the things that should worry us. The first one is the size of our population and the demand for public services. Now, why is this important? We are told, statistically, we are about 56 million Kenya shillings. 56 million people. Hey. Sorry, I deal with too much money. Yeah? Akim, I'm sorry. Nyinyi si pesa. Inga conductor anasemanga beba pesa. So 53.3 million ilikuwa confirmed as 2025, mid 2025. The meanage, ukichukua watu wote wa Kenya, ugawanye miaka yao na wale watu ambao wako Kenya. Miaka ya watu wa Kenya is 19. Wangapi hapo wako miaka 19? How many of us here are 19 and below? If you're 19 and below. If you're 19, si kwa roho with 20 years of experience. Najua kuna watu wanasemanga I'm 16 for the 30th time. How many of us are here 19? No one. Below 20? 22? 25? Tuendelea tukuinua mkono. Kama uko kwa hiyo kategori inua mkono. 25? 30? 35? 40? Below 40. If you're below 40, please lift up your hand. Yangu nilikuwa nawasaidia, siko huko. Below 45. Guys, this is what I'm simply saying. The majority of the Kenyans ambao tunazungumzia leo hawako kwa hii room. They are not in this room. We are a young country. 19 is our meanage. In fact, aged between up to below age of 35, there are 80% of us. Out of every 10 Kenyans unakutana now, 8 of them are below the age of 35. Now this is important. Hang in with me. Of those, 20 million are said to be in employment. But only 3.3 million are in wage income. Watu ambao wanapata salary at the end of the month wanapewa pay. Wale wanalipa pay, wale ambao wanapata mshahara. 17.3 wako informal sector. Now what is informal sector? Informal sector ni kujituma. Hakuna mtu anakucreatea informal sector. Ni njaa yako na tumbo yako na watoto wako na familia yako. So you cannot say that we have an informal sector as a space for employment because you have not created it. Now there lies a crisis, my people. Kwa sababu wakati Monday na Tuesday tulikuwa na strike, ule conductor, ule jamaa wa squad, hiyo ni kujituma. Hiyo anakuwa considered employed. Alilala njaa siku ngapi? Not to mention how many people in this room perhaps even slept hungry. Because they're in that informal sector. Wana depend on going out, kama ni kazi ya mjengo, na uhesabiwe. Now, of the younger age, of the 15 to 35, 7 out of 10 are currently unemployed. 7 out of 10. Kila watu 10 unakutana nao ambao wako miaka between 15 and 35, 7 of them are unemployed. Now, statisticians and sociologists wanatuambia kwamba when you have such a population, We call it a youth bulge. You either have a huge benefit or you are staring at a great disaster. And I worry, if we don't do anything about it, we are staring at a huge disaster. Because we can pray for peace, Provost. But peace, there's no peace with hunger. Hakuna amani na njaa. Haziandamani. I mean, kama heartbreak inakupea kuhangaika hivyo. Je, njaa. Kinaga ameandika a very interesting article inasema ya kwamba the stomach always wins. The stomach always wins. It's my phrase for this year. So we decide with our stomachs. Elections are coming. That is why, on one hand, unajua ya kwamba kabisa mimi sihitaji kuchukua hii pesa ya huyu mwanasiasa. But the stomach always wins. Finally, utajiuliza, lakini niende nikalale njaa na nimeacha unga hapa. We can do all the civic education, tuambia kina mama usichukue unga, usichukue chumvi, usichukue sukari, usichukue haya mambo yote. But if they have no food for their children, the stomach will do the voting. So the demand for services. And therefore the challenge here is how do we ensure sustained, predictable and equitable public services, public finance services as the engine for achieving growth and development. Now it's important ya kwamba we ensure, why are we doing all this work? Is that because of the, I forgot to say one other number. 40% of Kenyans are below the poverty line. This is according to statistics. Reality nyinyi mnaijua. It means 4 out of every 10 Kenyans are poor, food poor. They cannot afford food before they can afford other things. Now, when you put all that together, then it tells you, ya kwamba, we must make sure that publicly funded services are available. Because when they are sick, they have to go to that dispensary. It is the only option. Some of us here, tuko na health insurance. Pengine tuko na SHA, kwa sababu tumecontribute. Na unajua ukienda pale SHA kama huja contribute, hautatibiwa. Especially if it's a critical illness or you need admission. Of course, the primary health care fund is supposed to be taking care of level 2 and level 3. The question is it working the way it's supposed to do? Number 2, ya kwamba tumefika the limits of taxation. There's only so much you can tax without destroying the economy. How much can you tax these 3.3 million people? Our pay slips have become very long, but the net pale chini imekuwa very small. Because of all the deductions, SHA, SHIF, NSSF, Tier 1, Tier 2, and all those other things. And housing levy. I try to, it gave me a lot of heartache. The challenge is how do you expand the tax bracket? Kwa sababu pia kuna Wakenya ambao hawalipi ushuru. They don't pay their fair share of tax. And that bothers me. I know there are some forums, some people have said, no, we shouldn't talk about that. The truth is there are people who don't pay their fair share of tax. And they need to pay. Number 3, tumefika mwisho wa how much we can borrow. And this one you can take to the bank. And I will show you why. We are at a debt distress level. And debt distress inamaanisha ya kwamba, nataka tufanye hesabu, wacha tufanye hesabu ndio ikuwe self-explanatory. Haya, toa kalamu yako. Nataka uangalie budget ya nyumba yako. Your household, whether household ni a household of one or of many. Bachelors na bachelorettes ni household of one. Or take that your total budget ya mwezi huu wa May ni 2,800. Please write it somewhere. Lakini uko na madeni zenye umechukua kila mahali ambazo lazima ulipe of 2,500. Ongeza hapo. Alafu kuna contribution. Kuna contribution ambayo usipolipa utafukuzwa kwa chama. Kwa sababu it's a critical contribution of 400 shillings. Now tell me, what is your total spending for this month? No. How? Isn't it expenditure? All those are expenditures. Your total expenditure, rent, chakula, nini, 2,800. Madeni, 2,500. Some mandatory contribution ambayo lazima ufanye, 400. What is your total budget for this year, for this month? 5,700, right? Haya. Alafu ile mshahara unategemea. Si assured. Zile biashara zako haso hapa hivi nani akinilipa nini yote 3,600. 3,600. Haya, minus your total expenditure. Deficit yako. Ile pesa hauna ambayo lazima ujue kwenye utatoa ni ngapi? Ade? 2,100. Now let me put it in perspective. The budget for this year for the national government is 2.8 trillion, 2,800. That's where I got that number. I just simplified it. Our mandatory CFS, debt payment, pension, constitutional offices is 2.47, so 2,500 trillion. I know some people will ask, oh, but we saw it's 1.5. Where is the 1.1? There is kwa kila deni kuna malipo aina mbili. Kuna principal payment na kuna interest. Hello? So all our totals for interest payment come to 1.5 trillion. If you add the redemptions, which is basically the principal payments, another 1 trillion, it gets you to 2.5. Mtu kama huyo akakuja kwako, umsaidie. Hello? Mtu kama huyo akakuja kwako, umsaidie. Akwambie mimi niko na mashida. Mwambie fungua roho, niambie nitakusaidia aje. Akwambie malipo yangu ya kila kitu nyumba ni 2,800. Madeni zangu zote 2,500. Contribution ambayo lazima nifanye 400. Hata assume hiyo contribution ni ya kulipia nyumba ya mzazi huko Ushago. Mtu kama huyo akakuja umsaidie, alafu ufanye hiyo hesabu upate after all that hana 2,100. Aujui hii 2,100 kama ni ya kulipa madeni ama ni ya kulipa hii mandatory contribution ya mzazi ama ni ya chakula. Utamsaidia aje? Unaweza mwambia nini? Kuna free food. Dana anasema mtu kama yeye anamwambia tuende jela, huko kuna chakula ya free. So people, when we say our country is in debt distress, that is exactly what we mean. That after reducing the 3,600, let me put it in perspective, is all the ordinary revenue we hope to collect, all the taxes, all the extra charges we will make for the services that you go for. Ukienda kuchukua pale driving license, si utalipa NTSA. Ukinunua mafuta, si kuna railway levy, kuna nini levy. All those things are called appropriation in aid. This year we are hoping to raise 640 billion, which means the cost of accessing public services is going up. So when we put all that together, we are hoping to raise 3.6 trillion. My people, as a country, we are in debt distress. And therefore, the question is, what are the alternatives? What is the next option? And this is where we are saying, as people from Bajeti Hub, we think it is time to go for the expenditure. Mtu kama huyo namwambia, hii 2,800, let's ask ourselves in nini tutatoa. When it comes to debt, I think, this is not Bajeti Hub, I think it is time to restructure. Hata kwa sako, unaendanga unasema mimi nimeshindwa kulipa. Wanakuambia sawa, we will increase your term, reduce your payment per month, but you will end up paying more, but in manageable sizes. I'm coming to that. Because the big question is, do we owe all this? Should we be spending all that expenditure? This 2.8 trillion, that I am talking about, 30% of it is what goes to our government-owned entities, parastatals. Are they all functioning? Are they delivering for us? And the last one is the size of government, which is connected to what I've just said. Part of the reason why our expenditure cannot go down is because we have a government that is too big to manage. And if you ask me, the way forward, reduce the size of government. We cannot have a government the size of United States of America, if not bigger, almost. They have 300 million. They have 52 states. We have 47 counties. We have 56 million. Tebu fanya hiyo hesabu. Hata wa Niger, officially, they are 200 million. Unofficially, they say it's about 450 million. They say there are more of them outside Nigeria than inside. But they have 36 states. We have 47 counties. We are 56 million. Ethiopians, there are 160 million of them. How many states do they have? Please check, I think it's 12. Or thereabout. They are at war. We are not at war, but our military expenditure is the same. No, you can do that. You just squeeze ChatGPT. You can fact check everything I am saying. Ndio kama nadanganya unainua mkono haraka haraka unasema hey boss wacha kutudanganya mapema asubuhi hata tujakula. We are running a government that is too big. We have about 3,000 institutions. At the national level, we have 92 ministries, departments, and agencies. We have at least 75 funds, separate different funds. Na sijaongezea affordable housing, sijaongezea SHIF, sijaongeza National Infrastructure Fund, sijaongeza Social Wealth, Sovereign Wealth Fund. All those are different funds. What do funds do? Funds put money away from the consolidated fund. Now, I should take you back that of this debt I talked about, I did not include guaranteed debt. All the debt that is guaranteed for the Kenya Airways of this world, or all these parastatals, it is not included there. I have not added the securitizations. Najua watu wanapiganga messenger, but please spare me for today. At least niko na homa. Parliament, we have a National Assembly with 350 members. We have a Senate with 68. We have county governments with 47 governors and 47 county assemblies. Do we need all those institutions? Because each of them is running. We are spending so much money just running the wheel, not necessarily providing public services. And where are public services? Go back to my math. Your public services are literally in the 2,100 deficit I talked about. Because remember, debt must be paid. So once debt is paid from the 3,600, haya tufanye tena hesabu, 3,600 minus 2,500, 1,100, good. 1,100 minus 400, tufanye hesabu ya haraka haraka. 700. 700 minus another 400, and I'll explain what the 400 is. So 700, nilisema ilikuwa 1,100, assuming you have cleared your debts. Then you remove transfers to counties, 400. That's the one I was saying, it's a mandatory transfer. Then you pay teachers. Teacher Service Commission, 4,400. How many are you left with? Sasa hii 300, is it healthcare? Haya, toa jeshi, 250. Si mfanye hesabu bana, mfanye hesabu haraka haraka tunasonga, tukisonga 50. Haya, toa polisi, another 200. Haya, toa IBC, another 100. 150 actually. IBC ni 150, correct? Sorry, NIS 150. My people. In other words, hiyo verse ulitusomea umenikasirisha sana. Ole wetu. So, what does all this mean? Because I don't want to speak for longer than that. It means that there are 3 lessons, 3 messages that I want you to carry. Diana, I'm sorry, I may not even be able to go to the numbers. This presentation can be shared. Their numbers are many. But just go to the next slide so that then, go to the next slide. The first message is that as a country, we do not have a revenue problem. And I have said this time and again. That blue line shows you, those are our revenue targets. Now, what you notice, there are 2 lines there. Kuna blue na kuna hiyo ingine. For the sake of the men in the room, it is that other color. You choose whether it's orange, it's red, whatever you see. No, just go back. Yes. Now, our targets are the blue line. How much we target to raise in revenue. And you can see what I was saying, that in 2026, 2027, we are raising 2.98. That's the ordinary revenue. Hiyo ni pay, VAT, excise duty na import. Hatujaongeza hizi charges zingine za NTSA and all those other guys. Now that other color, orange for purposes of this discussion, is the actual targets, how we meet the targets. Now you notice it is always lower than the blue. That's what I was saying. You target 3,600, but the actual may be 3,400. Which means your deficit of 2,100 goes up by another margin. So the first message is, guys, even with that point there, our revenue year on year has been growing. So pesa iko. But go to the next slide. Please, next slide, kindly. If you can just move them faster. I don't know who is on the slides. Next. Good. So that top line, the top line there, don't even mind the numbers, is our debt repayment per year. What it is telling you, inapanda tu inaenda ikiendanga. The yellow line, or the orange line, is our payment for social protection. The blue line is our spending for healthcare. It is going down and down. In fact, it is constant. But our population is growing, so meaning demand for services is going up. But what you can see there, it's on a line. Which is my second message. That even as the population grows, as our numbers increase, we are spending less and less on critical public services as we work to pay our debts. Why? Because by the time tufikie healthcare, tulikuwa negative. Sorry, mimi ni ule mwalimu, nashindanga nikiwarudisha mbele na nyuma. Tulikuwa negative 450. Because you're already on a negative. So how are you going to make sure there is agricultural extension officers if you're already starting on a negative? How will you even make sure there is money for elections if you're starting on a negative? That is why you start doing what Lucky Dube said. You start building more prisons instead of building more schools, because criminals will increase. My last message for today. Then you have pending bills. Diana, it was wrong to ask me to speak today when I'm not feeling well, because now I'll just make it worse. Then you have pending bills. What are pending bills? Pending bills is the amount of money ambayo serikali owes businesses for services already rendered. Now, pending bills are not part of the debt obligations I talked about earlier. And they are standing currently at about 800 billion. 800 billion. What does that mean? If you have provided a service to government and government has not paid you, it means you are being auctioned by the bank or by whatever financial institution. But it also means when government is holding, and I know they have cleared about, they are valued at about 664 billion. I think this year we have an allocation of about 150 billion to clear the ones that have already been verified. It means that this is money that is being held from being in circulation in the economy by a government that is still aiming to borrow 80% domestically. So on one hand, as a businessman, you cannot go to take a loan. On the other hand, you are blacklisted because you have not honored your past loans. And therefore, as we think about our memorandum, I have mentioned most of the numbers in that space. And therefore, my third message, which I think is very critical, it is time for us to push that government honors its obligations. It's a must. The how, it's a good question, is part of what we cannot aim to answer fully, because they have all the numbers. Guys, I said you can come here. We cannot come here and pretend we can solve what one department of government that has the same number of people in the room is meant to do. And we are raising these questions. So as we raise these questions of the why are pending bills not being sorted out? Because it's critical. Because when you go to education, part of the reason why we are having, the budget for education is going up, for a fact. And this presentation will be shared, so don't worry. It's quite long. It's going up. But the reason why that money may never get to the schools on time, why capitation is always late, is because of what I have just explained. That when money comes in from revenue collection, it goes to first sort out debt and other hot political issues, whatever they may be. Then counties don't get transfers. When you come to healthcare, you have an allocation in the national government that is going up. But the question is, what about counties? They are the ones that have been given the constitutional responsibility to take care of public health services, especially at the lower level. The very last thing I want to say, as we prepare our memorandum and think about all the things that we will be talking about, is for us to pick what are my priorities in the different sectors. What is it that we need to see? Go to those documents and ask, is it there? But even ask harder questions. How comes this was allocated money last year, but it's still not progressing? We have projects that have overshot their spending by 50%, 60%, 70%. I think the highest I saw is 84%, but they are yet to be completed. And therefore, for me today, I just came to say one thing. I think what we need to send this time round to this parliament is questions which must be answered. And with the repercussions if they are not answered. And I think it is possible to make sure that those questions are answered. Why is capitation not going to schools? Time will not allow me to go to SHA and everything going on in SHA, because it pains me at a very personal level. Why should it fluctuate that two people have the same condition, one gets paid for, the other one is not paid for, and both have contributed? Why is it that we are going to our facilities at the very low level? By the way, you know, at level 2 and level 3, you're not actually supposed to pay anything because the primary health care fund is supposed to cover everything. It has an allocation this year of 19 billion. 19 billion. What happened to the medical equipment scheme? That people have to queue in few hospitals to get their dialysis. Queue even in fewer hospitals to get an ICU bed. But remember, we are coming from a positive point of that we have money. I have just shown you. The country has money. Every generation must seek to find its purpose, and thereafter honor it or betray it. That's Frantz Fanon's words. I thank you. And the presentation can be shared.
Thank you, Daktari. I don't know if you are like me, but ni kama maswali zinazidi. Right? How is maswali zetu zilikuwa zikuwe 4 point what? Tumefika ngapi? Tushapita 4.8 trillion questions. And it's also very good that AMS has reminded us that this time, kama hatuna kitu tutume tu maswali. Kwa sababu maswali ni mingi. The math that you have taken us through, it was quite, that tactic ni naiba, ya kuchange trillion to 3,600, bi ni naiba. Because I was like, okay, unatupeleka wapi? I could see the numbers until you said that I wanted to make it easy. Because at that point I started asking myself, is this why we are so used to Fuliza? Kama wa Kenya, si tunaishi tunafuliza. Ni ukope, iingie, ilipe, urudi te? Have you seen people kwa line ya supermarket wanasema wako na 12,000 lakini ako na 6? Haujaona watu? Fuliza iko na 6,000 yake ingine. So anaweza lipa bili ya 12,000. So as we sit here, tuko na pesa lakini bado tunaishi na Fuliza. So there are also questions around accountability. And because I know this was a hot session, we must be able to get views from you before we go. And this is going to be very short. So whoever has the mics, the team can help us. Just a very short plenary. Because while seated there, nilisikia mtu akisema tuko na pesa lakini tunakula sukuma bila mafuta. And there were very many manungunukos. AMS, you are lucky huku unazisikia. Haungeendelea. Everyone had a feel of the pain and their own feeling. Hata si general. Because hiyo ya mafuta might not be mine. But kuna mwingine anasema hana rent, hana nyumba. Si ndio? So whoever has the mics, I will only be having 3 slots for the plenary. So the quickest arm up. I don't see. So this is good. I have seen 2. Tuifungia hapo. Oh, 3. There's one there, Collins, tukimaliza his side. So we'll start with the lady in white. Punch. Oh, hata onekana, you can move. Oh, they. Okay. Yes, you can go ahead.
Yes, greetings, good people.
Greetings.
My good name is Sharon Mukai. I am a youth leader, I am an activist, and I have listened keenly to what our speakers have said. And one thing that that normally gets to me is the fact that so much money that these politicians get, they get it legally, like the salaries and everything. So, I think that we need to amend our constitution because we are really overrepresented. You find that where I come from, we have a chief, we have an MCA, a women rep, a senator, a governor, a deputy governor. All of those people are taking salaries, and not just any salary, extreme salaries and perks and incentives. So we truly need to amend our constitution, because part of this crisis is the fact that they legally get this money and they also get it illegally, whereby, for example, we have our MPs through these bursaries, which is not even their role in the constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. She's still adding on to the 1% that we have been told are going to get richer. And then the rest of us continue to go lower. There was okay. No, you picked your own person. There was a lady in purple. Representation. Yes.
Praise God. Habari zenyu. My name is Caroline Nganga. I'm a digital journalist. So my question is, we are here participating, and we are all engaging and talking about the budget, things that are affecting us, not only us, but also people that are out there. And one thing, I really appreciate everyone who showed up. So my question is, regardless of how we are talking about it, taking the steps and getting to formulate plans and getting to discuss each and everything that we are discussing here, forums have been created out there. Things we have been doing courtesy of the civic societies, things that have been done out there. People have been talking budget, the budgets has, a lot of other people are talking about it, but the implementation, like, how are we going to get a further access to, like, whatever we are discussing here, what everyone has put a contribution to? How are those 1, 2, 3 key things that we have seen and we want them to be implemented? How will they get to where they need to get? Understand? Because forums have been there. Let's talk the truth. Forums have been there. We have been engaging, not only physically, but also online. But where is our input? Because even not only us, but also even the governors, our MPs, they've been calling the Gen Z, and then they go into forums, they sit in panels, they talk, but where are the implementations? Where are the changes that we want to see as Kenyans, as the future of Kenya, every one of us? Thank you.
Thank you. Your question on where do they go? Where does your input go? I believe we will get a response to that. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Michael, a researcher. One of the things that someone needs to highlight, apart from what has been highlighted, also the country currently is facing reduced donor funding. So that is part of the issue that you need to also highlight. For example, the US has has restructured how its advances its donors. So for example, things like PEPFAR is no longer there. So that is something that we need to account. And lastly, the speaker from Budget Hub has talked about debt restructuring. It's a good motive, but we should be alive to the fact that we are Africans. We are disadvantaged by the international financial system. We have seen Zambia, Ethiopia trying the debt restructuring route, and we have seen how long that has taken into. my proposal is, instead of debt restructuring, there are leaders who are still alive who led us to that path. Why don't we prosecute these leaders and ensure that these leaders who took this debt are accountable to that? Because even the current political climate, as you've seen, even look at the oppositions, those are the same people who have led us to this mess. And right now, they are singing for us 1 term, 2 terms. So for me, it's to challenge you as the citizens, whenever those leaders are coming to you, especially the youths, these people are messing up. For example, if you are 30 years, if Ruto's gets another term, you'll be 35. That's how serious it is. If Matiang's guys get another 5 years, 5 years is wasted, or 10 years. And the debt, as it is, will only improve in 2040 or 2036 there. So youths, this is the time for you guys to be really serious with your future. If you're planning to have a kid, the next 5 years or 10 years, it is like the future of that kid is also packed up. So it is for people to realize how important the debt situation it is, and to make sure that those leaders who are coming for you, especially the current political class, they don't have anything. They are part and parcel of the mess that we are currently facing. So just restructure the whole political class and try to find another thing. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I picked 2 things. Prosecution, which I believe Diana is very happy about. And then the other one, in short, unasema we drain the words. But however we pick the drain, we also have to be very informed, as you seem to be informed. I'm looking to see if I will take your questions at a later point, because we have to continue with the program, but I have noted the 3 hands on this side. Will we have AMS or Diana or anyone to respond to any, especially the lady who asked about how do they get there? How do we make sure our input makes sense? Daktari mentioned that hata kama hauna kitu, you start by asking the why. Sindio? Tunakumbuka hiyo. The why could be mbona hii may change, why has it increased or decreased? Another why yenye ametuambia, because of the very many things we are struggling to understand. Andika tu hiyo swali yako yenye hauelewi. But what I got from her is she wants to know, after giving, what do we do to make sure it makes sense and we can see the effects of that input they gave? Then you will respond to the other one for debt restructuring.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'll not pretend that I have all the answers. What I know is, and one of the slides that I didn't get to present, is that we are engaging in a technical discussion, but that plays in a political platform. Politics knows one language: numbers. Mark my words. Politics knows only one language: numbers. So if all of us are asking the same question, the reason why there is a discussion right now on fuel prices have been announced every 14th of the month for as long as I can remember, as long as EPRA has been alive, correct? Yes. Why is it that this time there is a discussion? Because numbers. People protested. When people protest, and protesting does not just mean going to the streets, it means also flooding with questions. The Budget and Appropriation Committee is currently sitting. How do we make sure? But then the problem is sometimes when we, and that's why I said about sectors. One of the things we've been championing is that when you go to the sector discussion and then you engage and make sure that, how do you make sure that you follow up? Because many times we don't follow up. Am I being asked to stand? Okay, good. So, many times we don't follow up during the implementation stage. We make a lot of noise, then the budget is read, tunaenda nyumbani. What am I challenging us? Students here, take that higher education budget and be the ones to keep following up with questions and petitions, and because that is how numbers. We limit so much our governance to elections, but elections are like the 2 ends of a pole. You know, what happens ni hapa katikati wakati uko juu ya kamba. Hello? When you're trying to walk on that tightrope, what matters is what happens in between here. So 2022, 2027, important dates. But in my opinion, perhaps the most useless. Because in between is where the action is happening. A democracy is not built in 3 minutes at the booth. A democracy is built by the questions and the engagements we are making right now. And when you look at any other democracy. So what am I saying? Guys, when you send your questions, don't stop there. And that's why I'm saying pick an area. If all of us picked one thing and ran with it and kept, because I assure you, we attend a lot of these budget submissions. But when I come to the room, they are like, I'm Sumerudi. How are you? Some of them are my former schoolmates. So it becomes almost a personal conversation. But remember, when we are all asking the same thing, it gains currency. Politics knows numbers. Question on debt restructuring is an important one, but it scares so many people. And the reason why it needs to be asked by many more people is this, that the same people making decisions, and this one I say with a lot of clarity of mind, the same people making decisions are the same people who have interests. So let me give you an example. So this year, our deficit is 1,200, give and take. Now, those of you who, I was first trained as a mathematician before I converted to an economist. So, is 1.2. Nani nakumbuka ile 1100 tuliongea about? You remember the 1100 we talked about at some point? Hapo kwa notes zako. That is the amount of money we must borrow. 80% of that, we are planning to borrow it from the local market. What does that mean? Now, who do we borrow from? Haya, before mwende huko. Huyu anapenda siasa sana. Before tuende huko. Before we go to who, I will come to that because it's important. 50%, 51% of our borrowing is from banks. And if you read the Business Daily on Monday, the top CEOs of the top 6 banks carried home 807 million in payouts for profits. Is it 807 or 507? I forget yeah, but you can check. Again, the good thing about nowadays, you can just go and confirm as I talk. They make money not by contributing to the growth of the economy, but by lending government. 25% comes from pension funds. 15% comes from insurance companies. And then 10% is the rest of us, our SACCOs, Nini. Now, whose money is in the banks? So, but the bigger question is, who owns the banks? Who owns the pension companies? Who owns the insurance companies? Now, that is where we are stuck with beneficial ownership. Because it reveals more than it's supposed to reveal. So that's where the challenge is. And that's why when we say we are borrowing locally, it's not that we are going to borrow locally and build the economy. It's servicing interest. And that's important for us because because why other countries borrow locally is that you borrow in your own currency, and when you repay, this money moves into the economy and circulates within the economy. So I think debt restructuring is a conversation that must be pushed by more people asking more questions. Because saying we have not defaulted is a lie. We actually have defaulted. How have we defaulted? We have defaulted when we don't provide health services. That's a default. Because in the balance of payments, if I pay debt fast, I have to give up something. Something has to give. Hata kwa nyumba sikuna wakati nakuanga, nilipe rent, ama nipeleke mshii out. So unafanya hiyo probability. Kuna wale wanasemanga raha kwanza, landlord baadaye. So that's the restructuring discussion. The constitutional question. I think it is time, even as we continue with the implementation, it is time for us. I held very strongly we did not need 47 county governments. I held that very strongly in 2010, when the committee of experts was working. But the politics was too hot to hear anything contrary. And perhaps remove some counties from being counties. Nairobi is not a county. You cannot compare Nairobi and Tharaka Nithi. No, you can't. 80% of the pending bills for counties is Nairobi alone. When you add Nairobi to own source revenue, it contributes to almost 25%. I think it's even more. It's supposed to be a city status. Like the Dublins of this world, like the Londons of this world, Berlins of this world. They are there, they are examples. So I think that discussion, and it needs to start with us. Because it will not start with the one, mwenye amekalia kiti, hawezi badilisha kiti. Hiyo kiti inakuwa tamu sana. So lazima uitingize. Hello? Utingize mapema. Ndio, okay. Elephant ishuke kabla haijashinda. Sawa.
Thank you, AMS, for that. What do we do with the public participation and thereafter? First, I want to encourage you, Kenyans. We already shifted. From 2023, 2024, they even give us the totals. Okay? They give us the totals. Last week, a team, my colleagues at TISA, all we have been doing ni kusaidia mtu kuuliza swali yake kwa Ministry of Education. Maswali ni muhimu. Sasa anapata jibu yake na alikuwa amenyamazi. Tukiuliza maswali kwa mtandao kuna tear gas. Tumeua mtu sisi. Tumetaja term yoyote. Now, after we ask our questions, what we need to do is, and we will support you to do that, can we aggregate all the questions? And immediately after, the budget has been passed, the finance bill has been done, whatever it will be done, we come back and hold them to account. By writing, some of us will go to court. Because if they don't listen to us, I want to help us, let us go back to Article 1 of the Constitution. It says, all sovereign power belongs to the people. Mnajua kitu inaitwa power of attorney? Mnajua kitu inaitwa power of attorney? Wamama wa soko mnajua Shebesh? Unajua power of attorney? Ndio unataka kujua. Power of attorney ni wakati umeshikana na kuna barua yako iko Westlands. Unaandika barua. Unasema mimi Shebesh, mkubwa wa soko kubwa ya Gikomba. Leo si mimi nitachukua hiyo mzigo. Itachukuliwa na nani? Na Diana. Power of attorney ni kwamba umeandika mtu mwingine akusimamie kwa muda. Who holds the ultimate power? Sini Shebesh. Halfway, si Shebesh amenituma Westlands nikachukue bahasha yake. Akisikia halfway Diana alikuwa anataka kupotea na pesa yake. Akitokea hapo Westlands na niye mwenyewe. Ule mwenye akona barua ndiye atapewa hiyo bahasha ama ni mwenye bahasha? Ni nani mwenye, ni nani? Ni Shebesh, si ndio? So Wakenya tuelewe, we have donated a power of attorney to the president, to the MP, to the senator, to the MCA, to the governor, to the CS Treasury, who thinks poor people and vulnerable people don't deserve reliefs. Tukishaona tu wametupa mbao kidogo, tunajitengenezea yetu. Na nimesimama sababu AMS ameniambia, by the way, tumekuwa tukikosea hii nchi. When the country changed and budgets were no longer, by the way, msikuwe mnagoja budget reading. Budget is made by parliament. That is why it is sent in advance. CS Treasury should throw it away. So we will do a people's budget reading. A people's? Angela atawapea tarehe. Si nimeasha angalia AMS ndiye CS, si ndio? Wakiwa na Tom Ogada pale. Technocrats hapa. Na mbona ni wanaume tu, hakuna economist? Tuko ndio hao wamefika. Tunafanya budget reading yetu, Alex. We must do our own budget reading so that we start signaling. But secondly, we must track the budget implementation. And once the budget period is over, this one of budget reading, budget planning, we will tell you about budget implementation. The people we need to get to arrest and prosecute, we prosecute them by auditing the budget. Tuko pamoja? We are worried about the size of government. I tell you, people who have given powers of attorney, if you do not organize properly, the delimitation of boundaries will increase wards, it will increase constituencies. Wanajaribu pia increase counties. Yani unajua Kenya, when you think about it, governor ni kama chief. That is how we've reduced ourselves. I can't even name the 47 governors, yet if there were 7, we would know them. So we need to organize and do the math and determine what we must do. Debt restructuring. We told Parliament, this Parliament, that we needed to restructure the debt in 2023. They did not. Last week, Africa Forward. Mnakumbuka Africa Forward? Africa? Forward. To where? To France. During the Africa Forward, 2 important institutions were here. The IMF and the... Why were they here? I am doing this because as AMS was talking, people kept saying, "Namutuambia IMF ilisema nini?" But I want to clarify. 1, we ourselves have classified ourselves based na ile hesabu tumepewa at debt distress. The World Bank has classified us as at high risk debt distress. They are giving us loans now, the 7th largest economy, as either the poor ones, because they have recognized we are poor. IMF, Kenya currently does not have a program with IMF. The last one collapsed. Okay? 1, after the protests, but secondly, the IMF, you only go to the IMF ukiwa hali mahututi. So countries that have IMF program, their economies ziko hali, ziko ICU. Tunaelewana? Na si ati wamepelekwa na IMF ICU, wao wenyewe ndio walijipeleka ward through their own leadership. Then you go to HDU, by that time uko na World Bank, wanakusaidia na dosage. By the time unafika kwa IMF, uko ICU. So Kenya iliingia ICU 2021. Tukapelekwa kwa mutaratara ya kukaa alive. Si unajua ukiwa ICU sasa inakuanga nini? Ni everything. Oxygen, resuscitation, kuweka makofi kila mahali. Tukawekwa makofi, wakaambiwa punguza size of government, don't do securitization, collect more taxes, austerity. Hatukusiki. IMF wakaona sisi ni kichwa ngumu, serikali pia ikaona wananchi watawamaliza. Okay? So currently we do not have an IMF program. Right now, the IMF, for the first time, is only concerned about governance and corruption. So they're only telling the government, deal with corruption and governance, then we can now help you out of the ICU. Because for Kenya, they have realized ugonjwa yetu ya ICU ni corruption, na hao hawajui sana kutibu. Tuko pamoja? Mwenye anajua kutibu dawa ya corruption ni nyinyi and your numbers. Sawa sawa? So kila mtu achukue dosi yake, tukue tayari kutibu serikali. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I hope mmesikia kwa hii kuchukua dose inamaanisha pia ubebe evidence. Na hiyo evidence utaitoa kwa hii makaratasi. Usiende ukaanza kusema wrong numbers, sio? So please, we've been reminded to find your interest area, dig your interest area, and hold them accountable as you can. The next bit of the program, we are supposed to have an unpacking of the finance bill by, as mentioned, our economist, Tom. I'm trying to find him, but I'm also trying to negotiate with the catering team because staki chai ikose. So as Tom gets himself ready, I will ask us to have the tea and quickly come back. So our time, because of our numbers, is a max of 29 minutes. How many minutes? 29. Najua nina overstretch, but tunajaribu kuishika. With 29 minutes, ndakuwa nafanya, how many of us are back at 30 minutes? Is that fine? Can we try? We have 2 serving points. Ukiona serving point moja haina watu, please go to the other one. Let us pray for tea. Let us pray for tea. No, there are people who've asked for Brufen. So let me pray so that it helps to bring the energy chini. So let's pray. Father God, we thank you for the tea that is ahead of us, sanctified in Jesus' name. Let's see each other in 29 minutes.
them write another stanza. If you're on the dance floor, go ahead, put your hands and sing it with the band. The sun don't shine. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la.
At GoDaddy, we know your website is the center of your online business. Help protect it from online threats with website security. Every GoDaddy plan comes with an SSL certificate that'll protect your customers' sensitive data, along with daily malware scans and a firewall, all of which you can manage from one place. A protected site will also help your search ranking. Get peace of mind for your online business today with GoDaddy.
start and pick it up from where we left. For those who came in, the morning session was quite interesting. I hope if you missed the physical, you were able to live stream on your way here. If not, I'm hoping you will also be able to catch up with us as we continue. But a brief of the morning, we have done lots of injecting. Ama ni mimi tu. We've done injecting, sindio? And it's not injecting to someone else. Those who are having side conversations, I'd request we have one conversation. Unfortunately, I know majority of the people in the room by name, so please, let me not have to call your names. If we cannot have side conversations, we would really appreciate. So as I was saying, the earlier session was more of us getting informed. Sindio? And we've had conversations and we've been given numbers that we have been told to also reflect within our own households. And we have realized tuko na fuliza ndio inatusustain. Another key interesting thing that came out, we were told whatever we lack or the deficit we have is what then goes to our public service delivery. Sindio? And I believe this is the same even in counties. Most of the money we receive from National Treasury inago kufanya nini? Recurrent side. Sindio? Then we have to wait for the development side to hit. So as we start this conversation or continue with this conversation, we are going to have a session where we will be unpacking the finance bill as it is. I hope we have agreed kila mtu alikuwa anatumia the green one and not the one that is color white with black writings. The green one with black writings, the one we will be referring to. As we unpack, I hope that as we unpack it with you, you will also be asking or answering the question, are we too ambitious? Or is it okay? Because that's also a side, sindio? Majority of the people we've had unpacking this have said this time's finance bill is what? Imenyamaza tu. Haina mahali inaumiza sana kama the previous ones. But those who've had a chance to deep dive into these conversations, now pia wametuambia, despite the fact that it feels silent, it might have repercussions when it looks at from an economic side of view. So we'll have our economist, Tom Ogada, who is going to unpack that for us. And hopefully we get to see how it is intended that out of us, we changa pesa through our taxes and levies to make sure that the 4.8 trillion budget is met. Okay? Number 2, we said we have how many hashtags? We have, oh sorry, I showed by hand. How many hashtags? The first one ilikuwa 4.8 trillion. 4.8 trillion questions. That's our keyword, which is our hashtag. The second one is adulting na taxes. Adulting na? So as you put out the conversation we are having today, please remember those 2 keywords for this day. Allow me to welcome Tom Ogada and hoping that his presentation is ready. We will have that brief session and then quickly move into a panel session for further discussion. Clap for Tom.
Good afternoon, fellow taxpayers. Good afternoon, comrades. Naangalia hii kona juu nimeambiwa hii kona hawako. Hello? Wacha nisikie kama hii kona ya wamama wa soko wako around. Wamama wa soko mko? Mko salama? Na leo nataka tuangalie finance bill. I think last week we met na watu walituuliza maswali kuhusu finance bill, but tuliwaambia we have another engagement, another town hall today, and it is Office of the Citizens National Town Hall, and that is why we are here. But one of the things we want to do today is to understand. Yesterday, last week, when we tried to speak about the finance bill, kidogo kidogo ukisema hii unaambiwa hiyo haiko, unaambiwa hii iko, unaambiwa round hii hatufai kupiga kelele, the finance bill is okay. But what is really in that document for us? So I won't do much of presentation like has been done. I want us to go pole pole. Lakini mimi nikisimama hapa, kazi yangu si kusema the good clauses that Mbadi has placed in the finance bill. Hiyo si kazi yangu, hiyo ni kazi ya serikali. Si ndio? Hiyo ni kazi ya serikali kutuambia the good things inside the document. My job is to point you to the gaps that are in the document. Because I think Parliament, the Finance and National Planning Committee, hata nimeona the CS Treasury is moving around town, convening young people, organizing his own town halls, saying that this finance bill is okay. But did you know that just, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, we did an amendment on the, was it, which act did we amend? I'm looking for Emily. I'm looking for Emily here. Yes. There was the one on the tax, the income tax, just 2-3 weeks ago, before the finance bill. So we might be waiting to see what is in that document, but kumbe, some of the things that we are expecting to see right now, zimeshatupita, ama they are wanapanga kuleta after the finance bill has gone through. Okay? So allow me to take us into a few things, but I just want to point out that this is the finance bill, this one. It is, this is the one Sonia was saying, eh? It is green, but written in black, and it is officially stamped by the National Assembly. So this is the document that we are referring to. This document seeks to raise additional 120 billion in revenue. So whatever you are saying that, oh, iko sawa, haitatuumiza, it seeks to raise additional, how many billions? 120. On top of, I think the one for 2025 was seeking to raise around 40 something billion, but this one is seeking to raise 120 billion. So I think you should know, you need to understand why it is an important document for the government. And when we try saying a few things that we are not in agreement with, the government must say that the document is okay. So allow me to in every economy, in our economy today, I want to allude to what Dr. Rugo said when he was here, when he was presenting, and also the provost when they were presenting here. We cannot talk about any policy without putting young people or youths at the center of our policies today. Okay? Our youths, young people must be at the center of every policy. And when we are going to look at the finance bill, what is in there, I want us to give it a lens or a focus on what is in there for a young person. What is in that document for youth? What is in that document for informal traders, or for a trader for that matter? What is in the document for, I'll say, a young person who is in the creative industry? Okay? I want to see, or we want to see, what is in the document for a farmer. Okay? How is it protecting those who are in the agricultural sector? So those are the few things that we want to look at. But allow me to start by saying that when this green copy was shared with us, the first thing that I went to look for, because the president said that those who are earning 50,000 and below walikuwa wamepanga kufanya ile kitu, si ndio? See, walikuwa wamesema they are going to give them some relief from income tax. That was the first thing that I went to look for in the amendments that are proposed under income tax. I didn't find it. Then a few days later, I saw Mbadi trying to justify why it is not in the document. The other thing that I went to look for, because of the fuel issues and because of the promise that we were given that up to June, we were supposed to be seeing VAT reduction on fuel from 16% to 8%. And I think it would have been an ideal conversation based on the challenges we are having right now. So I quickly ran to the proposed amendments under VAT Act. I missed that also. Okay? So I asked myself, now, how is this bill supposed to support the common mwananchi? You and I. Then I realized for a young person like us, Diana, our ED mentioned here, that for a young person, if you go through that document, one of the things that you will find has been introduced into the document is dates for filing returns. Dates for filing returns. That has been revised. There's a proposed amendment for dates for filing returns. It has been introduced into two cadres. One is those who are filing nil return, and two, those who are filing the normal income return. So for those who are filing nil return, we now have a new date. Comrades, mko hapa? 31st January ikipita. 31st January ikipita. Because initially right now for this financial year, we are supposed to do that by 30th of June. And as Kenyans, you just know, tunangojanga last minute. So right now, for those who are filing nil return, it is on 1st. The proposal is to reduce that to 31st of January. That is when you file nil return. And again, for our information, did you know that right now, ukikuja kwa kamkutano, upate ka credit kidogo ama reimbursement kidogo. Do you know that KRA is monitoring what is getting into your M-Pesa? Eh? So if something gets into your M-Pesa in a month and approximately by luck, he pitted 24,000. If you go and try doing nil return, you will not submit. You will not find that option. Because KRA is monitoring. So what is in this bill, what is in this document? This document has got a lot of surveillance to you and me. Okay? So that is one of the things why you will see most of us, when this was being introduced, at some point, the option for nil return was missing in the KRA portal. People could not find it. But after tightening the gaps, they reduced it. But right now, after connecting your M-Pesa with everything, you cannot submit if you get some income up to 24 or 25,000. So that is in that document. I want to go to, if you miss the deadline, that is in this document. How much do you pay? Comrade, first ikipita, the amount you are supposed to remit, you pay 2 times that amount. So if you are supposed to pay, say 5K, utalipa ngapi? 10K. But if you are supposed to pay 50K, utalipa 100. The same applies to the informal traders, any trader here. If the deadline passes you, if you don't remit by 30th of April, now it is not 30th of June, it is 30th of April for those who are doing trade or who are getting income. The same penalty applies to you. Okay? The other thing that is in that penalty is, if you cannot pay 2 times, you can be fined 100K. 100K. But that is for those who are doing business. But for individuals, you and me, you will be fined 10K. Sawa sawa. So we are saying this document is really good for us. It is really good for us. Allow me to move to another thing that is also incorporated there. There is something called management or professional fee. Management or professional fee. And there is something has been introduced there slightly. Inakaa kidogo, ni kidogo sana. It is called interchange fees and merchant service fees arising from transactions that use a card as a means of payment. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? Traders wenye wako hapa, wangapi wanatumia pochi? Wangapi wanatumia pay bill? Ukipanda mat, nani analipanga na simu? Okay? So that bit to the trader, to the business person, if you fail to remit, it is introducing a tax on you for someone who has paid using their phone through either of those means, including the cards, Visa card, even if you use MasterCard, wale wenye wako na subscriptions za DSTV, ukifanya hivyo, those ones are all introduced there. So there is that bit that you have to pay. Is it still good? So those are in this good document that our CS is saying. Let us get the basics first. Let us get the basics first. Okay? Yes. Comrades Tuko, allow me to say something again that I've also seen, we found in the document. There is a bit, it is a very small thing that is in the document again. We've just redefined what royalties are. Okay? We've just redefined what royalties are in the document. Okay? And it was leaving some small option there, but right now we've expanded it to include the digital services, similar to what we've seen with interchange fees and merchant fees. So when someone do services, they are charged, and this is applying to those who are, that is the first one that I mentioned, bus fare, those who are using M-Pesa, Airtel Money, in any business. That was in the first one. But again, in the second one, now there is the proprietary digital platform payment network, payment card scheme, payment processing system, switching system, clearing system, or settlement system, including access, participation, or usage rights in such systems through a card. The commission, or rather KRA, realized that tumeenda digital sana. Okay? We are doing a lot of digital transactions, and we are also doing a lot of, using a lot of digital tools to transact. So right now, that one is going to attract tax burden. Okay? So just for us to know. I have a question, and that is why it is good for the panel that is going to come after me to come. There's something that has been introduced for tax that is being introduced, income tax that is being introduced for non-resident. Non-resident? Non-resident? Non-resident, we are introducing something called it is there, but it is something, some amendment is being made on non-resident rental income tax. Non-residential rental income tax. So the question I want to leave to the panel that is going to come here. Who falls under the category of a non-resident and non-resident? We were asking ourselves this question. Could it be that if you have a relative who is staying outside the country, do they fall there? They will answer. That is why they are coming after me. But if they fall there, what does it mean? Then two, do we have non-residents who are having rental properties in the country? What does that mean to you and me? Si the bill iko sawa bado? Haitufinyi, si ndio? Can you take out your phone? You have the answer. Ndio mpe panel kazi rahisi. Sasa mtakuwa na maswali wakikuja. Just Google. What is non-resident? Ask your AI. Who is a non-resident according to the Kenyan tax laws? Who is a non-resident? It is defined in the documents. Watu wa jua kali sector tuko around. Tuko hapa. Tuko, lakini kabla nikuje huko sinimalizane na youths kwanza. Si ndio? There was a day I was conversing with my uncle before Diana and Alex became gracious to me to give me a contract at TISA. So he asked me a question. He said, "Young man, let me ask you, wewe pia, are you participating in betting? This is something people are doing right now. Because inatoanga pesa mzuri. Do you participate in these things?" I was like, I need to try. Now my question is, wangapi wako kwa betting, wanajaribu hata kidogo, unarusha kidogo, ndio at least hata kamboga katokee. Wangapi wako hapo? Hiyo ndio kazi. Hiyo ndio wera. Tumefikiwa hapo kwa betting, tumefikiwa. Sahi, there is something small we are going to pay. I told you, for young people, what we were investing in was the digital infrastructure and digital economy, right? But the government has seen that as an opportunity to get what? To get money. So, betting, now it is not just going to the betting company alone. There is a small burden that you and me will carry, even with the money that you are using to do what? To bet. So just for a point of may I know, be aware right now, tukipitisha hii, inaku? Sasa wacha nirudi kwa, let us go back to watu wa jua kali. Kuna kitu inaitwa scrap metals. Tunaielewa. Lakini I've seen something. Juzi, there's something, a tax burden that is being introduced on scrap metals. I have a question. I have a theory. Juzi tumeambiwa fuel ilikuja ikiwa na nini? Ilikuwa na sulfur. Sulfur inaweza fanyia gari nini? Nimesema I have a theory. I have a theory. Sulfur inaweza fanyia gari nini ama engine? So kuna possibility zinaweza kuwa scrap soon. So kuna kitu kanaweza tokea hapo. Sijasema, nimesema ni theory. So, in clause 17 of this bill, we are introducing, or the government is proposing to introduce, withholding tax exemption for a few things. But I don't want to go into that one because that involves aircraft and other things, but we need to focus on the ones that are really affecting us. So, tied to what is on betting and also scrap metals, we are going to introduce income tax on that. Whatever little you earn, you're supposed to pay 20% of it, of that. Whatever you earn in betting, you're supposed to remit 20% of that. Yes, 20%. And no, yes, scrap C20. Let me tell you the one for scrap. I'm having very few minutes for me to bring our panelists. allow me to move to another controversial clause that, in my view, no, this is not controversial. It is going to depend on who you're advocating for and where you stand. There are proposals on VAT to do a few things from exempt, to take a few things from exempt, and also to take a few things to exempt. Okay? This debate is usually very difficult when you have watu wa industry hapa. Inakuanga a very difficult conversation to have, because what exemption does is industry cannot claim on the input, okay? Cannot claim refund on the input. But then zero rating, what it does, it allows industries to do what? To claim. Refund on the input. But right now, you will see if some goods are moved from that other side to exempt, we are going to see industries are complaining. And the first conversation we are going to get is that they are going to pass the costs to us, to the consumer. If they cannot get the refund that they were getting, they are going to bring that cost back to us. But the panel that is going to sit here, Alex na Emily, hapa sasa naongea kama mwananchi, not kama economist. The panel that will sit here will tell you that exempt is good, should be good for you and me as a consumer. Why? Because it is not supposed to add any burden on you or on us. But the industries, because they knew they were going to get tax refunds when those goods were zero rated, then they can do what? They can start saying, no, this is now going to be costly on us. We have to transfer this to the consumer. Which goods are now exempt based on that explanation? First, yes, it is stressing because I've just seen something on affordable housing, and I'm also seeing something on national infrastructure. The PPPs that are going to take place in national infrastructure. So what is happening right now, the services, goods and services that were being procured or being provided under affordable housing last year, they were exempt. Okay? In the last finance bill, they were exempt. Right now, zinatolewa from exemption. Ni kama serikali imeshamalizana nazo, lakini sahi inaleta za national infrastructure development. Juzi, our good CS, they were launching something kwa the Nairobi Stock Exchange. What was it? Do you remember? They were launching something, Africa something National Infrastructure Fund kwa the Nairobi Stock Exchange market. Who remembers? We are not watching news. Let me leave that at that point. So, very quickly, because I don't want to give information that you don't have. I will be speaking Greek, which was not supposed to be the case. All right. So what are we deleting from exempt, which is supposed to ideally should benefit us? One, all goods, including materials, supplies, equipment, machinery, and motor vehicles for official use by KDF, blah, 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 KDF, National Police, Defense Force Welfare, hizo sahihi zinatolewa kwa exempt. Then the other thing is nothing that we can be worried about. But what are we adding qua exempt, which is now good for us? There is the tools for dialysis, and there is a supply of motorcycles. There is also supply of electric bicycles, and also electric cars or the electric buses. Those ones are crossing over to exempt. But on this other side is on zero rating, nothing is happening on much on zero rating. But allow me to take you to a very, I think this would be good for those who are traveling. How many travel outside most of the time? When you wanatoa vitu, sema you like importing a few things from outside the country to Kenya. Those who import, hata unatoa Uganda, unatoa Tanzania, hapa East Africa. Tuko? Sahi, hiyo sasa itakuwa attract some slight tax. Kitambo, we were enjoying the benefits from the East Africa community. There were some exemptions there, but right now that one is being removed. Na kama una import within East Africa, you will have to incur. Ikue plates, ikue viti, ikue what other thing? What? Yes, all those. If you are getting goods from Tanzania, from Rwanda, from where, they will attract tax. Okay? So all that has been changed. Right now, like the treaty we signed with the EAC, East African Community, it is like it has been removed. So everything that was in there has been removed. Then two, yes, for East Africa, there's none. Yes. So the other thing is, some people said, and I think it was also the CS saying, that mtumba haiko kwa hii finance bill. Iko ama iko? Mtumba iko ama iko? Meiona? So this is what is happening. There is the clause on worn clothes, okay? So if you want to get the ones that are locally done, that one iko sawa, okay? Locally. But to those who are going to import the worn clothes, aka mtushe, kamera, hizo zenye zinatoka huko nje, hizo sasa zinaenda attract, they are going to attract tax. Or you want the clause? Okay. in a minute. So, you look at clause 18 and 19. Let me see. No, not that one. Clause 31. Yes. Clause 31 of the income tax. No, that is not income tax. That is of the value-added tax. Okay? Clause 31 of the value-added tax. It is introducing, for those who are importing mtumba, you will pay an additional value-added tax that has been introduced. Of course, at clause 36 of the bill imposes 25% excess duty. No, that is on phones. I'm going there. Wacheni kwanza tuende kwa tumalizane na mtumba. Okay? So I'm going to check the exact percentage for mtumba because they have not specified in the bill the exact percentage that they are going to introduce or the rate they are going to introduce. But now, on phones, there's a lot of information. I'm seeing Sonia is here. Sonia, let me do this one, alafu nitoke. On phones, there's a lot of information. Tunaambiwa there's a lot of calculations. So, ilikuwa this percent. Sindio? Ilikuwa hii percent. It is being reduced with this percent. Alafu sasa, if you do the net, itakuwa cheap. So, for the phones, actually, what has happened with phones, I think across all the amendments that are being done in close to the in around 6 of the proposals of the acts that we are amending, phones are touched. Phones and the digital space are touched in one way or the other. So phones, number one, phones is going to attract. It was, I think, miscellaneous. Let me just see. They are attracting excise duty. They are attracting miscellaneous levy. They are attracting, and they are giving crazy percentages for phones. And one of the things that has been proposed in this bill is, at the point you are going to register the phone to start using it, you will pay. It is going to introduce, but you will pay to the commissioner. That burden is going to be introduced at the point of registration. That means it goes directly to who? To the consumer. There is the bit that the industries do, but there's the bit that we do at the point of registration. When you activate the phone, you start doing what? You start paying. Nirudie hapo. Clause 55 of the miscellaneous levy, miscellaneous fees and levy, okay, introduces the levy on imported phones and other wireless networks at a rate of 2.5% on import declaration. That is one. Then two, let me go for the excess duty. Clause 34 introduces another subsection there, 4A, liability on locally purchased. Right now it is not only imported phones, yeah? Both locally and imported. On locally purchased or imported telephones shall arise at the time of the activation of the phone. Tumesikia tuko safe? Okay? So, yes? The percentage they have not indicated how much they have, so it is quite vague in the document. They have not given us the percentage, okay? They have not given us the percentage, but they've said for locally purchased phones and imported phones, we are going to pay excise duty. And at the same time, at miscellaneous fee, the person who is importing is also supposed to do what? To pay, okay? 25%. 25% only. Allow me to stop at that, and I welcome Sonia. Then I believe when this team is going to come here, we have now enough reasons to ask them questions on what they are going to discuss. Yes.
Hello. Kiti inakuwa too much. Aya, amka kidogo, amka kidogo. Amka. Sitasimama maovu yake. Sitasimama maovu yake. Thank you. Tumeamka kidogo, sasa turudi kwenye viti. Hello. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can reduce the energy until the time of question and answer, please clap twice. Thank you for allowing me and accepting to reduce the energy for a bit more minutes. We are really not doing well with time, but we understand these are emotive matters that allow, or we feel we need to bring out most of how we feel from the documents. But as Tom has said, the panel session that's coming immediately after me is going to unpack most of this. There were questions around, someone asked where I was seated, the scrap metal percentage in an increase to how much. So I'm hoping the panel is going to speak about that, but also bring out what is the activation. When we talk about at point of activation, what does it look like to me? Does it mean, what does it mean? Okay? So I hope to pay as much attention and reduce the murmuring so that when you're murmuring, you're making your neighbor not to hear what is being said. Ama ni mimi tu na struggle. I know there are people like me. So we reduce the murmur, allow us to listen to the conversation, and then all those questions you have, take note of them. We will try and work within the time that we have for the panel and allow time for engagement for us. But as the panel members and the moderator comes, I hope we've taken note of the number of legislations that Tom was mentioning, that the bill is touching. Tulikuwa tunasikia? He kept on saying section 31 of the bill is touching on whatever. And you could remember, he mentioned 6 specific bills. So inamaanisha as you read the finance bill, kuna ka homework kakusonga tena kwa hii ingine ilikuwa inasema nini as we improve it. So kumbuka, we were told here evidence ni muhimu. Hizi evidence zinatoka wapi? Kwa hizi documents. So listen to get the right thing, and if there's something that has been said that is not as per what you know, please feel free to ask so that we clarify and help clean and give the accurate data. Angela, I can't see you. So allow me to welcome the session's moderator, Angela Wangeshi from TISA, who will then welcome her team to help her unpack and discuss from a 360 degree of where we are as a country. until she gets here.
Habari zenu. Kwa salama. I think I'll need to move this kidogo ndio mtuone. Yeah, thank you very much. Mimi naitwa Angela Wangeshi. Nafanya kazi na the Institute for Social Accountability na Okoa Uchumi. Najua sasa tumeshajua Okoa Uchumi ni akina nani, si ndio? But siko peke yangu leo. In fact, leo kazi yangu itakuwa tu kusikiza experts na wenye maneno. Na Tom ameshafanya hii kiti imeshakuwa moto tayari. So my panelist mahali mko mkuja na maji na handkerchief. It's very hot here already. So I would want to welcome my panelists. Wa kwanza ni Martha Nyamu from Kiambu. Yeah, so wananchi tumewakilishwa hapa. So najua mlikuwa mnaogopa ni expert peke yake, lakini we have a representation from across. So Martha Nyamu works is with Kiambu Civil Society Network. Karibu sana. Kwa nini hampigi makofi? Karibu sana Martha. Have a seat. The next panelist is Emily Ngolo. Emily works with Oxfam Kenya. Karibu sana. The next panelist is Alexander Reithi. Works with the Institute for Social Accountability. Kwa nini mnaogopa? Na mjabeba maji. Haya. Mseme sikuwaona. Emily amebeba. Huyu amesoma memo. So the other panelist is Agnes Gitau. Agnes works with, it's a tax editor with Mwango Capital. So karibu sana. Ai, makofi ya Agnes ni kidogo sana. Na huyo ndio mnafaa mumpigie makofi nyingi, ndio anakuja kujibu maswali ngumu zenye zimeulizwa hapo na Tom. Yeah, thank you very much. So, yes, we are hoping to unpack a few things and also look at beyond the numbers, beyond the issues in the finance bill. What is it? What is happening? What are we not hearing? And now that Tom alishatuongezea maswali, I think tutaanzia tu hapo kabla tusahau. Na kwa hivyo Agnes, now that you're the tax editor, tax expert here, Tom alisema we need to clarify a few things. So he mentioned about clarifying the non-resident, who that is. Also around exemption and zero rating na exemption. So when something is tax exempt and when it is zero rated. So maybe tunaweza anzia hapo ndio tukishatoa hiyo jargon sasa hii conversation itaflow. So karibu sana.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Agnes Gitau. I'm a tax editor from Mwango Capital, and I'm happy to be with you this afternoon. The morning session imeni-inject. Kwa hivyo ni kama nimejam kiasi, but I'll try to control it, yeah? So just to touch on the questions that Angela is raising, the issue of non-resident. So the tax provision specifically is that for a non-resident person that owns a property here in Kenya, there's an introduction of withholding tax The first one, 30% on immovable property. That is something like a house, something that cannot move. Or 15% on movable property. Movable property is something like a car. So when we say that if an non-resident owns a house, in our example here in Kenya, if you are the tenant in their house, are supposed to withhold 30% of the rent that you pay them. That means if the rent you're paying them is 100,000, you're going to pay them rent of 70, and then 30 you're going to give to KRA. The purpose of this, yes? I go slowly. Okay. Yeah, so when we say withholding, when we say withholding, ideally we mean by the time you're making payment to the person you should pay, you do not give them everything. You withhold some and you give KRA. So in our example here of rent, if somebody who's a non-resident, when we say non-resident, let's assume for this purpose, mtu ako majuu, lakini ako na nyumba Kenya na unaishi kwa nyumba yake. So at the end of the month when you're paying rent, hautampea rent yote, utampea 70%. Then 30% utapea KRA. So this is KRA's way of ensuring hata watu wako majuu na wana own manyumba huku, they still collect rent from them through you as their tenant. Yani we mwenye unaishi kwa nyumba yake. Is that clear? Yes, so that is what this bill has introduced in terms of non-residents who own houses in Kenya. KRA will be getting their tax from nyinyi kama tenants wenye mnaishi kwa hizo manyumba. The second question is, what is the difference between zero-rated and exempt goods? So, exempt, tukisema kitu ni exempt, and these two apply for value-added tax, VAT. So when we say that something is exempt, it means haichajiwi VAT. Examples za vitu zenye zinakuanga VAT exempt ni vitu kama agricultural products, vitu na chakula, like matunda, sometimes vegetables, such things. But when we say that something is zero-rated, what it means is that there is VAT on that something, or on that good or service, but at the rate of 0%. So what is the difference? When there is VAT at the rate of 0%, it means you can claim input VAT that you had used to purchase this product before you sell. And for us maybe to understand that, maybe naweza waambia venye VAT huwa inafanya kazi. So VAT is a tax that is passed on. So for example, tuseme nimenunua hii maji 100 bob. But naweza enda niuze 120 because that is business. I need to make at least 20 bob, yeah? So if I buy this water at 100, we are assuming this water has VAT. If I buy this water at 100, nitachajiwa VAT kwenye nimeibuy. So nitaibuy 116, yeah? Like 16% of the 100, nitaibuy 116. Then when I come and sell, nitaiuza 120. But I'll sell to the person 120 plus 16%. Hiyo ni ngapi? 146. 136. Yes. So, how VAT works, when I go to pay VAT for this water to KRA, nitachukua ile 136, nimeuza, minus ile 116 nilinunua, so that the difference in between there is 20 bob. That 20 bob is what will be the VAT that I pay to KRA. Yeah? So when we say something is zero-rated, we bought it at 0%, it means I can claim the VAT that I was charged to buy something. But if it's exempt, I cannot claim any VAT at all.
Class.
Yeah? Yes, but twende tu pole pole, tutaeleza as we go on.
Tumeelewa.
Okay.
Tuko pamoja. Tunaweza endelea. Yeah, so I really wanted to come back to you, Agnes, but nitaacha kwanza upumue kidogo. So I want to go to Emily. And I'm coming to you because of the conversations we've had since morning. So in the morning tuliangalia budget yetu vile inakaa. Saa hizi tumesikiza finance bill. So tukiangalia hizo mbili, the burden. So there's the budget, who is supposed to benefit, and then there's the finance bill on who is supposed to be taxed. So ukiangalia, and I know you have been doing a lot of work around inequality. We've been talking about pro-poor budgeting and all that. So kwa hii yote, who is benefiting and ni nani anafinywa, and how does that look like from an inequality angle? Na maybe pia ueleze wananchi tukisema inequality tunamaanisha nini?
Okay, asante Angela. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay, thank you Angela. My name is Emily Ngolo. Nafanya kazi na shirika la Oxfam Kenya. At Oxfam, we work to reduce inequality. We envision a future where there's no poverty. I know that sounds very idealistic, but that's what we do at Oxfam. Before I answer the question, Angela ameuliza, I just wanted to add an addition to what we were talking about earlier. The conversation on zero rating, exempt, or even the conversation on the non-resident rental income tax. I think something important we have to do as citizens, as we're analyzing, we try and see who bears the final cost. Because at times, sometimes you have something in the law, or legally it's said, for example, rental income tax, it said you'll be the one giving to KRA, but that's essentially a rent on the landlord, the landlord who is owning that house. But essentially, what does it mean? If landlords wenye wako huko majuu, wakiona, okay, we have to give this percentage of tax to KRA, what are they likely to do? They'll increase the rent, right? So the cost, what happens then? The cost comes back to you as the tenant. Another thing, when goods are exempt and a business owner, the person selling this cannot claim, the person producing this cannot claim that VAT, what then happens? What are they likely to do? Increase the cost of that good. So sometimes you look at provisions in the law, they say one thing, and some people may tell you, okay, this is a cost for the business owner. This is a cost for the landlord. Si yako as a citizen, so don't complain about that. But you have to look deeper. Uangalie what's the likely effect of this tax? Will it be passed on to the consumer? In the morning we were talking about, when Tom was here, we were talking about the tax on the digital payment systems. On the face of it, Treasury watakwambia this is a tax on the payment companies, for example. Wakwambia this is a tax on Visa, this is a tax on MasterCard, etc. But what happens at the end of it? If there are those fees that have to be taxed in that payment line, that payment company will pass on that cost to a business person or the merchant. That merchant will pass on the cost to us, the final consumer. So in these things, I think it's important, even as we are analyzing, to angalie, okay, this inasema hivi, but what is the actual effect? Hata nimesahau swali uliniuliza, Angela. I think you had asked when you look at the bill and the estimates, who benefits who. Okay. So the first thing to say is that when we're analyzing these two documents, finance bill inatuambia where this money is coming from through taxation, sindio? Budget estimates inatuambia who will likely benefit. So there's these two documents that have to be read together. And as for me or as Oxfam, when we're analyzing these two documents, you always have to see, so in this entire space, nani ana gain, nani ana benefit, na nani anasikia uchungu. So who's benefiting from all these things and who's feeling the pain? At Oxfam, we work on inequality. And in this country, you'll hear people saying, we are a very unequal society. We are a highly unequal society. Why is that? There's someone out there who owns multiple businesses, multiple homes, who is rich, wealthy. And there's someone who does not know what they will eat today. There are people who do not know if they will be able to send their kids to school tomorrow because hawana hata chakula ya kupatia mtoto ndio aende shuleni. But there are people who own extreme wealth in the country. And that's, unfortunately, the country that we live in. Last year, we produced a report. And there's one, well, there were many numbers for your report. But there's something that I'd want for you to take note even as we have this conversation. Our country is so unequal that that report said 125 people, sijui kama tumefika 125 in this room, around half, yeah, around this side. So tuseme east side ya room, 125 people in this country own more wealth, 125, see 125,000, 125. They own more wealth than 42.6 million of us. So watu wako inside the room from this line, you own more wealth in this country than the rest of us in the whole country. Sijui kama inawakasirisha or what it does for you, but I think it's important as we approach this conversation to see when we're talking about finance bill, budget estimates, these are not just technical documents. Tax is complex, ndio, si rahisi ku understand, but it's not just about the complexity. And that's the angle we should be approaching it at. It's decisions on who will pay more, who is benefiting from these things. And when we're talking about the budget estimates, are we really feeling the services as a country or as a citizen? So unfortunately, what we are seeing in the country now is a lot of taxes are being put, or the burden of tax is on the 42.6 million of us, and these 125 people are either benefiting, are going to become richer, or are not even paying their fair share. Asubuhi tuliambiwa kuna watu, we have to be honest, kuna watu hawalipi tax, ndio? Na kuna watu wengine wanalipa tax, pay slip ni ndefu hivi because, kuna tax, 1 million taxes. Kuna watu wanalipa tax so much, na kuna wale the richest of the richest, who are the ones making these policies for us and making these laws for us, who are not paying their fair share. So I think, yeah, that's the angle I'd like us to take when we're discussing this.
Yeah, and I am happy that you have brought that out. Ni vizuri, mtu akikuwa na visuals, ukikuwa na picha, ukiambiwa ati, watu wamekaa hapa, hao peke yake, they own more wealth than the rest of us. Nafikiri hizo budget tutaenda kuzisoma vizuri, na hiyo finance bill tutaangalia vizuri. But on that note, Agnes, when Tom was speaking here, he touched on a number of proposals. But based on what Emily has said, like looking at what the clause is saying, but what that translates into, maybe you can give us a few proposals that we really should focus on or that we should be concerned about from this finance bill.
Okay, thank you, Angela. Yes, what Emily has said is very true. Sometimes the tax touches a landlord, but ideally it means rent yako ndio itaenda juu. Sometimes a tax touches on electric buses. Transport ndio itaenda juu, fare. So just to check on a few proposals that this bill has that are not specifically directly on us as the mwananchi, but whoever they touch is very likely to push it down to us as the final consumers. So one of them, I believe most of us have noticed the rise of electric motorcycles, electric buses in the city. So there has been a lot of that, and it's because the law had made some provisions to encourage that. But currently, the law proposes to change the VAT of electric buses and electric motorcycles from being exempt, from being zero rated to being exempt. And that means that the cost of then producing an electric or buying an electric bus or an electric motorcycle goes up, which means we would expect increase in bus fare, transport, in addition to the fuel that we are already facing. So that's one of them, the change of VAT rate on electric motorcycles and buses. A second one is on the rate of monthly residential income. So monthly residential income is a tax that is paid by landlords who have tenants that live in their houses. So the current rate is 7.5% payable by the landlord. This bill, Finance 2025, proposes to increase that to 10%. So chances are high that the landlords may opt to push that increase of 2.5% to our rent. So those are some of the proposals that this bill has that do not look like they're directly on us, but the effective burden may fall on us as the taxpayers.
Thank you, Agnes. Sasa ongeza kwa zile za Tom. Wenye walikuwa wanaandika sijui list yako imefika ya ngapi? So, Martha, so what does that leave the citizen feeling? What is the citizen feeling about the budget, the finance bill? We are here having this conversation, but what is the feeling? So, mwananchi akisikia tu finance bill, budget, what is the feel like?
Two things are happening. One, there's already a disconnection between the citizens and a lot of these decisions that are being made by government. We have a very big population that does not, that has yet to understand what these documents mean and how they translate to where they are at grassroots. So utapata, kuna watu bado sahi ukiwaambia, you know, I'm listening to Agnes and I'm like, I'm from Karifarifi village in Thika. How do I take this information to them so that then they can, wanaweza participate in the decision making? And then number two, there's a lot of anxiety and utapata watu wanasema wanataka kupangia hii pesa so that waongeze pesa yao ya mfuko. And it's a common narrative we've had even during elections. And maybe hiyo ni makosa yetu, tutakubali juu ukiangalia even the way we are electing, tunapigia watu kura. Tunasemanga wacha tupigie huyu mtu kura aende ajisort. But tunasahau mtu anaenda kutengeneza sheria, anaenda kupanga kazi ambayo itatu affect sisi. And so that then continues to perpetuate even when it comes to when decisions are being made in the finance bill and in budgets, that in our minds tunajua wanapandisha easy rates, wanapandisha taxes, wanapandisha hizi vitu zote ndivyo waongeze pesa yao ya mfuko, and yet sisi huku kwa ground tunateseka. Yeah, thanks.
Sijui kama wenye wako kwa hii room wanakubaliana na wewe. Ni ukweli? Enyewe ni ukweli kama imefika hii masaa na tumekaa hapo, I think nakubaliana na wewe. But I want to go to Alex kidogo kwa sababu ya what we heard about the budget in the morning and what Emily has talked about, because so who is paying the taxes and who is feeling the warmth of the budget, or who is enjoying what's in the budget. So there's a provision in the PFM Act that requires at least 30% iende kwa revenue, iende kwa development. And I am sure now that is what now translates to, you know, the services citizens enjoy. Can you paint a picture of how we are budgeting here in Kenya, and what does that talk about our government and the inequalities that Emily is trying to talk about?
Okay, asante sana Angela and co-panelist. First of all, PFM Act inasema at least 30% of our budget should go to development. So the number that we were given in the morning by Dr. Rugo, whatever is now going to, okay, our total budget, vile iko, ni 4.8 trillion. However, of that 4.8 trillion, 1.5 trillion of that is going towards debt repayment and pensions. So your kwanza inakaa kando. Then what remains to be utilized in the ministries, departments and agencies is 2.8 trillion. Now, out of this 2.8 trillion, we would expect at least 30% of that is going to development expenditure. However, what we have right now is about 70.2%, that is 2.1 trillion, is going towards recurrent expenditure. Hiyo ni kukula mandazi, State House, mishahara za watu, kulipa rent, vitu kama hizo. Only 749 billion inaenda to development expenditure. Now, it is important for us to notice that from what we went through in the morning, in the next budget, tunaenda kukopa in excess of almost 1.2 trillion. Remember, I have just said what is going to development is 749 billion. Assuming hii 749 yote tunaitoa from our domestic sources, which is not true, part of it is from loans, and we are borrowing 1.2 trillion, inamaanisha already more than 300 billion tunakopa ya kukula mandazi na chai. Is that in accordance with the PFM Act? No. Now, go back to what Emily is talking about. Out of the 1.2 trillion, or thereabout, that you are going to borrow, 900 billion. Actually, it's 995 actually. 995 billion, almost a trillion, will be borrowed in the domestic market. Tutakopa hapa ndani. What does that mean for you mwenye uko na biashara? Inamaanisha ukienda kutafuta loan, mnakutana na nani huko mkikopa? Serikali. Unadhani mimi nikikuwa na bank, watu wa mtumba wakuje wote hapa watu 20 na gava ikuje ikiwa peke yake, nitakopesha nani? Gava. So what does that mean to your business? Inamaanisha hautapata pesa ya kuexpand biashara yako. And if you cannot expand your business, what will happen to your business? It will collapse. Ikicollapse nini itakufanyikia? Exactly. Hapo ndo tunaelekea na hii budget yetu. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe before I go back to our audience, let me come back to you, Alex, because we saw the numbers in the morning, but tunajua KRA huwa haihit targets zake. Lakini kila siku, like budget ya hii mwaka is the highest we've ever had. Na mi sijui huwa mna budget aje, lakini mi najua huwa na budget, najua at the end of the month nitakuwa na dhao. So nitacheza na hiyo dhao yangu nipige chenga hivi, nijue ni wapi siku moja nitaskip nini. But imagine mimi na hiyo dhao yangu kila siku, alafu huwa nina budgetia dhao 5. So Alex, are we being realistic? Are we being realistic? Ama is it that because of the finance bill, we have seen the things we've put there to sure KRA itaiti hizo target, ama kuna vile we are being...
Okay, thank you, Angela. Now, in the morning, for the men, Rugo was very friendly with us. There was some green bar and some orange bar. I hope those are the colors that he gave us. And over the last 7 or 8 years, whatever KRA targets to collect, we always collect less. Kama sahi, tuna target out of our taxes, the target is we are going to collect 2.85 trillion from taxes alone. Now, looking at last year the actual collection was around 2.4 trillion. So by the time tunafunga hii mwaka, we were told by Tom here, finance bill last year was expected to only add 30 billion or thereabout. So at best, this year we can only collect 2.5 kama vitu zinaenda vizuri sana. Unfortunately, the economic survey yenye ilitolewa I think 3 weeks ago ilisema what is happening to our economic growth. Inaenda juu ama inashuka? Economic growth inashuka. What is happening to inflation? Inaenda juu. Sasa angalia bei ya mafuta mahali iko. Mahali bei ya mafuta iko inamaanisha even our economic activity itaenda chini. So we do not expect that this year we are going to have revenues that are anywhere beyond 2.5 trillion. If that is the case, then looking at the estimate next financial year, and we are going into an election year, campaigns ni kama zimeanza tu ukiangalia ile maneno yanafanyika huko nje. So business activity itaenda chini. So telling me that we are going to collect 2.98, almost 3 trillion in taxes, for me, hiyo ni ndoto ya mchana. We will not hit that target. And now if you don't hit that target, what it will mean, borrowing tunasema ya 1.2 trillion will go even higher. Ikienda juu nani ataumia? Ni sisi.
So on that note, Agnes, because finance bill is just looking at where do we get the money to fund this big budget that we have. I know you've talked about increasing the costs of goods and services to the citizens, but what other risks do we see in those provisions that the citizen is likely to face? And 2, kwa maoni yako, which are those problematic proposals that really need to be either amended or just go?
Okay, thank you, Angela. So I think this finance bill, for some reason, does not care about small businesses, or as much as they want to collect revenue, they are not afraid of what harm it would cost going after, and especially the small businesses, to be specific. Of course, from their perspective, they want to collect revenue, but they're not looking at what is the aftermath of going so hard on small businesses. So the first thing that they have changed is the date of filing returns, as Tom was reading out to us. So currently, the date for which you're supposed to file your return is June 30th for everyone, individuals and businesses. But the law has changed that to April 30th, giving us only 4 months compared to the 6 months that we had before. This is in addition to the current e-teams. Sijui nani ameenda mahali akaambiwa mambo za e-teams? Who has heard about e-teams? Unajua hiyo ni mnyama gani? Yeah, so with e-teams being an electronic system that KRA has rolled out, and a reduction of the period for which you're supposed to file your return, small businesses will find themselves very much strained. One, to have their records in order, or they might be forced to then outsource professionals or people who are technical in the field of filing taxes, auditors, and the like, which is an additional cost to business. As if that's not enough, the law proposes to charge withholding tax on dividends from profits. This means, ukifanya biashara yako, alafu pale mwisho ujipate uko na ka profit, KRA expects that hiyo profit ugawie shareholders. Kama wewe ndiye shareholder, ujigawie hiyo profit. And you know what it means kujigawia profit from your business? You're supposed to pay withholding tax on dividends. So, e-bill ni kama inakuforce to distribute the profit of your business, at least 60% of it. Ujilipe, hata kama hutajilipa, we uwape withholding tax yao, alafu hiyo ingine you can rechannel it back to your business. But that is unfair, especially to small businesses, because you're looking for every shilling to try and scale, to try and expand your business. So if you are forced to distribute your profit and pay tax on it, it only shrinks the amount of money that you can reinvest in your business. And I think at that risk, and for me this is actually the worst, is the issue of KRA audits. I don't know how many of us have ever dealt with a KRA audit or received a letter from KRA about an audit. Nobody has dealt with a KRA audit. So, let me just tell you this. For small businesses, or actually for all businesses, if you have a KRA audit, tuseme KRA imekutumia barua, alafu wanakuambia you need to pay them 500,000. But for some reason, you feel that that 500,000 is not correct, so you appeal. You can appeal to the Tax Appeals Tribunal, you can appeal to the High Court, you can appeal to the Court of Appeal. So this bill proposes that ukiendeleanga kuappeal, KRA can actually charge you that amount. Ulipe KRA, alafu wewe uendelee kuappeal. Ukishinda uanze kufuata KRA ikurudishie. For me, that is a law that needs to be dropped immediately, because first, some of these assessments by KRA at times are very much exaggerated. Where are you getting the money to first give KRA as you continue following the case, yeah? So I feel those three, in my opinion, are things that need to be dropped immediately. Thank you.
Hey, lakini nimesikia mko safe nyinyi mjapatana na KRA audit. Oh, wako WhatsApp? Oh, kumbe mnacheza chini. Hakuna mtu atawafuata, but I mean, it is very good to be on the know. Najua kwa hii room kuna watu wengi wanafanya biashara. So it is something we really need to be aware of. So Emily, back to you. So when we talk about, so still on the finance bill and how we raise our taxes, so how are we progressive in the way we raise our taxes? And hata wewe nitakuuliza tu swali moja kama Agnes. Ni provisions gani una feel they need to be either changed or, amended to ensure that, there is equity, we move away from the inequality we are talking about, and we protect the vulnerable groups?
Okay, thanks, Angela. Before I even answer the question, I want to ask the audience a question. Do you think the way we are seated here analyzing this bill and saying this provision is problematic, hii hapana, hii iko sawa, etc., do you think the wealthy people in this country analyze the finance bill like us? Hata wajui, hata... Yeah, exactly. So when we talk about a progressive, so what does a progressive tax system mean? A progressive tax system, in simple words, is whoever has ability to pay more pays more. And we cushion the ones with the less ability to pay so that we can say our system is progressive. Yani, the teacher, the mama mboga, the nurse, you and I, should not feel the pinch of tax more than the person who is seated there with assets we cannot count, wealth we cannot even imagine in our minds. But is that what we are seeing in our country now? That's not what we are seeing in our country now. So the question, if this finance bill specifically is moving us towards a progressive system. So you'll hear a lot of people saying, if finance bill enhance, what's the word, compliance. Yeah? KRA wanajaribu kushika wale hawalipi, wanajaribu enhance compliance. Now, my answer to your question, Angela, would be that it is not, this finance bill is not doing enough to shift the burden, because right now we've agreed that the common mwananchi is feeling the pinch of taxes more than the wealthy people out there who are not even discussing this. If it touches them, it is in some way, but how I feel, sana. That's the current position we are in. Now the question is, does this finance bill shift that burden? I.e., are the wealthy people going to pay more than you or you and I? Are they going to feel it more? Are the wealthy corporations, companies, etc., going to feel it more than you and I? No. No. So the finance bill currently is not doing enough to shift that burden, because I would only say we are moving towards a progressive tax system if the people with the ability to pay more are being taxed more than the common wananchi. Usually we don't view whether a finance bill is progressive because of just the numbers we're looking or tables we're looking at. What we feel is the school fees I'm paying, what's in my pocket at the end of the month, the debt I'm paying, how much housing is costing me, whether I have food, etc. And that's not currently what we are seeing now. The finance bill currently, it's relying on very heavy consumption taxes, kama nini, kama VAT. At the end of it, at the flip side, sorry, it's giving reliefs. Kuna mtu aliongea juu ya reliefs earlier. It's giving reliefs to people who do not even deserve those reliefs. To companies who make so much money, why give them relief and add taxes to the common wananchi? So not a high balance, right? So the question, if it's progressive or if it's moving us towards a progressive system, I do not think so.
Yeah, so do you have any clause you would think that if amended or dropped would change that?
Yes, I think the first thing I'll say is the issue on payee. Of course, tulipatiwa a number of excuses why there were no payee reliefs. But in my opinion, I think there should be some pay reliefs, at least targeted towards the low-income workers. Again, not broad for everyone, because I cannot get the same relief if I earn $1 million as the same person who gets a relief if they earn 20,000. That's not fair. And I think it's very easy for us all to understand fairness and equity in a system. So when I say pay relief, not applying across the board, but targeted, especially towards the low-income workers. Another thing, I had mentioned the imbalance, right? More taxes on the common wananchi, less taxes, more reliefs on the people who do not even need it. There's a clause in the finance bill that's reducing corporate income tax for non-resident companies, so international companies, multinational companies. Their tax is being reduced from 37.5 to I think 30%. Why? Because Gava will say we want investment. Si tunataka international companies wakuje Kenya wafanye business. wakuje Kenya wafanye business, watupatie jobs, etc. Investment is good. Fine, we understand that. So now let's lower the tax for them, put it the same as what companies are paying, put it the same as what our Kenyan companies are paying, ndio wakuje wa invest, because tunataka investment. But the thing is, in the same bill where you're overtaxing the ordinary mwananchi, there's such an imbalance. Overtax the people who are currently overtaxed, reduce the tax for people who do not even need it. In the name of investment, in the name of wakuja watupatie jobs, in the name of, putting Kenya on the map, it's an imbalance. It's not making sense. So there are many clauses that I think are problematic and we should change, but it's to make sure in this bill, tunaweza sema, is it fair? Is the burden being shared fairly? Yeah.
Hey, mmesikia hustlers mahali mko, o mahali tuko. Yeah, so Martha, as a representative of the hustler nation, okay, it's your hustler nation, of the ordinary citizen, yes. Of the ordinary mwananchi, poleni basi. So we are not participating enough, for sure. Why is that? But then again, what is that one message we have to our lawmakers? Because we have entrusted, this responsibility to them. So what message does the citizen have? And why are they really not participating enough?
Okay. So when you look at our history as a country in matters governance, before devolution, tulikuwa tunapigia mtu kura, tunamwambia wewe ndio ufanye kazi. Wacha kushinda kukaa kutuliza maswali mob. And so the era before devolution was that the leaders we elected into these offices would then go to parliament, make the decisions, and then they'll come, do road shows and say tutafanya, tutatengeneza barabara, tunajenga hospitali, blah, blah, blah. Devolution has now come na inasema lazima mwananchi ahusike. For us as citizens, we've struggled to make the switch. Tumeshindwa, ni kama bado hatujaelewa that tunafaa tuhusike kwa decision making, which is why you find hata sasa tukiitwa public participation. Politicians wamejua hatutakam unless wanatukanja kakitu. So wakitushow mkam, tutawapatia fair. So now utapata kuna wase hawawezi enda public participation kama kuna facilitation as citizens. Number 2, bado haija connect that kabla gava itengeneze barabara ama iweke street lights ama i-upgrade stadium, lazima ikam kwanza ikuulize unatakaji, priorities zako ni zipi, so that mara mingi unapata wanakam wanasema. In fact, and I really want to commend the Gen Zs in 2024, because it was the first time after that maandamano that at county level, the county executive came to seek views so that then they can draft the annual development plan. Before walikuwa wanakam already washa draft. So sisi tunaletewa draft. Hawajatuuliza. Because we must be, and devolution is very clear about this in Article 1 that says all sovereign power, mamlaka yote ni ya mwananchi, na anaweza wakilisha hiyo mamlaka yeye mwenyewe ama agawe mamlaka yake apatie mtu ambaye atamwakilisha kwa the assemblies. And so there's that disconnect. Unapata bado ni kama hatujaelewa tunafaa tuhusishwe. In fact, sasa hii, and I'm excited to see the people who are in this forum, and I hope that this can trickle down to grassroots, that tuendelee hata kwa mtaa zetu, atungojei kuitwa public participation, tuna organize, already tuko organize, tuko kwa chamas, tuko kwa groups, tuko kwa CBOs, tunafaa tuchukue hiyo jukumu la finance bill imekam, tuicheki, tuone wamesema aji, tutengeneze memo. And so participation, for the longest time tunasemaga haki yetu, but sasa tunasema jukumu langu ni gani kama mwananchi. What's that one non-negotiable? Oh, this one is going to sound a bit radical, because Article 1 is very clear about all sovereign power belongs to the citizen and they can exercise it directly. Sindio? But pia inasema you can exercise it directly or through your democratically elected representative. Tafadhali tukumbuke, just because tuligawa mamlaka yetu haikupungua. Haikupungua kumaanisha that kama hawatuwakilishi, kama wanapitisha hizi taxes, unajua nasikiza hii story nauliza, wanapitisha hizi taxes zote, and yet nothing has changed for me kwa ground. Si ati mchanga yangu imeongezeka nutrients, shamba yangu ni ile ile, biashara yangu kama nilikuwa nauza cereal, sijaongezea products zingine kwa sababu the cost of doing business is so high for the ordinary mwananchi. So wanaongeza hizi tax so that wanaongeza hizi tax aji, and nothing for me has changed kwa ground. Jana tulikuwa tunaongea story ya gross value added. If county government, for example, was able to collect revenue for that particular county at 15 million, but it put back that 15 million back into the same economy, and the next year they were able to collect 20 million, ni kumaanisha kuna value wameongeza kwa mwananchi, so that they are able to produce and they are able to pay the taxes that they need to pay for the government to collect the revenue. So we are asking, what is the gross value added now for them to then increase the taxes and so? Sisi tunasema tuligawa mamlaka yetu, waende watuwakilishe, hawajafanya hivyo, waende home.
Wow, ninasikia watu wamekubali. Tumalize, iishie hapo. By the way, tunafungia hapo. And so lastly, Alex, tufanye aje sasa? Madeni ndo hizi, tax ndo hizi. Ni kuacha tutaacha kutax? Yeah, amesema hakuna value added. We stop taxing. Do we stop borrowing? Or what do we do?
Thank you. I think this now brings us back to Article 1 of our Constitution, where the sovereign power is with us, the people. And now as we approach or head towards an election, the decisions that we take at our local level determine the decisions that how our future will look like. Now, tukumbuke, I think somebody in the morning told us that silence is also hata kama umenyamaza umeongea. And in my view, I think politics is too important to be left to politicians. We need to get involved in all the processes of making our laws, making our budget. We need actually to understand that, and I think Dr. Rugo in the morning tried to say this, budget haitengenezagwi ile siku itasomwa. Actually, by the time inasomwa next month, everything will be done and dusted. We need to participate from the word go, and we were told in the morning, we do not need to know a lot of very complicated things. We just need to ask the question, why? Tunaona hii pesa ya State House imetoka 8 billion, sijui sasa iko 13 billion. Swali ni why? Tunaona ukiangalia requirement ama sector report ya education, walikuwa wanasema wanahitaji trilioni 1 ndio watoto wetu wa primary na junior secondary wasome, lakini wamepewa 781 billion. Tunauliza swali ni gani? Why? Kwa nini tunaona ofisi zingine kubwa kubwa wao wanapata pesa mingi, lakini mahali sisi tunafinywa hakuna pesa? The question is why? So we need to continue asking the question why. Asante.
Very, very much. I would like to hand back to Sonia to take us to the next level, but please appreciate our panelists as we move.
Better hand clap to them. Before you leave, official photographer, I don't know where you are, please take a photo of the panelists. Yes, we are having questions, but I won't have them here to respond. What a response from where they will be seated. So as the photo shoot continues, how was the session? Good. Kuna mwenye amesema watu waende home. Alafu kuna mwingine amesema politics is too important to be left in the hands of. So tumetoka na hizo. Like, do you get the point? We can't just let politicians decide. Martha kept on saying, sovereign power, sovereign power. Si tunaijua? And even as they walk out, and I welcome the plenary, is to remind us that we have seen enough. I think if tulikuwa tuchoke, tunafaa kuwa tulichoka kitambo sana. So tumekuwa tukitembea for how many years tukiwa tumechoka? 4.8 trillion. But the reality is we are tired. And if you're not tired enough, find all the resources. Emilia ameongelea an inequality report. Ikasema, luckily mimi nilikuwa isaidi ya watu wenye wako na pesa. So 125 of us wenye tulikuwa iside, tuna own country mzima. I think hata when the report was out, there were names that were being suggested. So you just go back and look for the Oxfam report and you will find it. Again, I am adding, sinimwambia, I'm giving you reasons to get mad so that the plenary ikue hot na tutoke hapa tukiwa charged. Sawa sawa. Last year, TISA launched the People's Audit. Who came for the People's Audit? When you were looking at the first chapter, uliona mabilioni ngapi? Kuna wenye tulifanya na wao hii calculation. Uliona mabilioni ngapi zilikuwa zinapotea? And you ask yourself, how do we lose such money, but bado tuko sawa? Like even those people, ni sisi tunawapea mandate, one meeting. Ni sisi tunawapea mandate waende bado kutuongelelea. Yet mtu kama Betty yako hapa na bado hajaiba, hopefully hautaiba ukiingia. Hajaiba, so we are not trusting Betty. Are we together? So I want to welcome that session, reminding us that everything that has been said here is somewhere. Si lazima ungoje isemwe hapa ndo uisikie. You can actually just do the extra work of finding the information. I would request, yes, to help me pass the mics. And because of time, again, I will try to minimize to only 6. And the panelists, together with the moderator, to take note of all the questions. So I have 1, 2, 3. There was a young man. Uliinua mkono wa kwanza sijui umeenda wapi. Is that hand up? It's up. Oh, so we have 4, 5, 6, and 7 because you're the senior. Ebu tuende, not wenye hatukuchagua. Wenye tulichagua. 1, 2, you are not there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep your noting. You're noting. 4. There is the senior most huko nyuma. 5. There was a hand pale nyuma. 6. And this young, but you spoke, but it's fine. 7. So you can start with the one closest to you. Our panelists, please note questions. Yes. Short, brief, punchy.
Okay. I'm Benjamin Martin Rashengo from Mukuru, and mine is more of is more of a call to action, because one thing that I like about the Kenyan Constitution, whenever you read it, it radicalizes you, inakuonyesha what power you have. Like, so us having the Constitution, hadi ukisoma kwa preamble, inasema aje, the preamble ikiisha, inasemanga, your Constitution, it has been given to us and to our next generations to guide us, sindio? So I'm actually wondering why we still have these questions, debt nini, na tuko na Constitution yenye inatuonyesha njia ya kenye tutafanya. I'm taking part in being the change I want to see by signing the petition by Ng'ang'a Muigai. Change.org, anasign petition ya katiba shuleni. You see, I'm an active mwananchi, nimeona hadi umestuka. You didn't know about it, right? So sahi mnajua to take action. And then, me with my friend, anaitwa Ngolo, tunaorganize vile tunaweza kuwa tuki-educate watu wa mtaani kuhusu katiba. Juu katiba ndo itatusave, si ndio? Katiba ndo kila kitu. So I call upon everyone here, enda usome katiba na uende change.org, ama ukiandika tu katiba shuleni at your Google, sign that petition, tupeleke bunge. Juu the sovereign power belongs to who?
You.
Us, si ndio? So mbona tusi embrace?
Okay.
Juu kitu yenye katiba yetu iko nayo, iko na ainanga loopholes, si ndio? Iko na ukifanya hii makosa ndo hii consequence, yeah, right? So anytime unajua, anytime you have that information, you are more likely to question, because the government ni sisi ndo basically tumeemploy, si ndio? So unafojiulize kila siku, is this what I really want? Alafu the second thing, I've been going across, watu wanasema ati sijui tukitoa Ruto alafu nini. Usiseme ati tutachagua nani, because vile alisema politics si ya politicians, it is upon you, it's an individual role. Okay. Jiulize, what is leadership to me? Okay, what do I want for me and my future, right? Ndo mtoto wako asikuja kuulize, na nyinyi mlikuwa na katiba na nchi yetu ndo iko in trenches, ulifanya nini? And you will be, answer yako itakuwa ignorance, si ndio?
Okay.
Tuache kukuwa ignorant people, right?
Sawa.
Aya.
Thank you.
Yes, Abarzen.
Yes.
Abarzen. Yes, my name is Francis Kea. I want just to tell my fellow here who are here, we need to be serious. The reason why sometimes we are vulnerable, because these people take advantage, because when they give you 1,000, you think they are very important to you guys. Like me, for example, we have around 6 people at South B, they were displaced. I've taken MCA, Minister of Lands, the all chiefs from DC, let me say from DC to assistant chief to court. My case now is on. And my thing is, there's nobody above the law. And wherever you are, we need to work together so that we can achieve our goals. Otherwise, if we can work separately, these people will take advantage of us. Okay. We are coming with a bill whereby, unajua sisi Wakenya tu wajinga, you employ somebody, you call him mheshimiwa. That's wrong. We need to call them a servant. We are coming with a bill, tunataka kutoa kitu inaitwa mheshimiwa. Just call it somebody who have elected a servant, because he's there to serve you. But when you call somebody a mheshimiwa, anafikiria ni Mungu wa kwanza, unampigia magoti. So you Kenya, we need to do away these things called mheshimiwa with those people who are just employees for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I hope you've noted that. Betty?
Good afternoon. My name is Betty Kimani from Kikuyu constituency. There's something that my mind is debating. Emily said that there are 125 rich people in this country that are making policies for us. Martha and Alex told us that Article 1 says that all power belongs to the people. the 125 people and the Article 1, are we saying the same thing, or something is conflicting the other? Because if power indeed belongs to the people of Kenya, why then 125 people and not the 56 million people that are making policies? Why not listen to the 56 million people so that they can make policies that are in touch with the ground for themselves? The other one, I wanted Alex to respond to me. There was something I was trying to find out on where borrowed money goes, because I remember there was a debate sometimes back that borrowed money was not supposed to go to a consolidated bank, but a special fund, special account. I wanted Alex to clarify that one for me. And then the last one, I really support Ngugi's petition to Katiba Shuleni. If you read the history of this country together with the curriculum, I think the curriculum was meant to make us slaves. When I was being taught the parts of a grasshopper, some other people in another country were being taught how innovation. Why was innovation not introduced in our curriculum back then by our colonizers? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is James Mulamba. I have many titles. Today I will go by the President, Bunge la Mwananchi, possibly the only president here. Wapi makofi? Mimi nafanya kazi, mimi si kama huyo jamaa mwingine. Well, I have a few comments. I attended a town hall yesterday whose chief guest was CS Mbadi, and I cannot believe it that he lied on national television and we do not have a tax on second-hand clothes just because haijaitwa mitumba. Shame on you, Mbadi. My second comment is on the non-resident rental taxation. If you couple that with the increase in excise duty on glass, tiles, and sanitary ware, you'd realize this government does not want you to own houses, does not want you to furnish them. Because hii ni kama kutusukuma sisi wote tuende affordable housing. Mnataka kwenda huko? Sasa basi naona hiyo ndio mpango wenye tuko nayo hapa. So I have a few questions. One, how does the ordinary citizen pay this withholding tax on the mobile phones? Secondly, how will citizens pay the withholding tax that they are supposed to remit on the non-residential tax income? Then I have a few comments and a challenge to all of us. I think we need to prepare our own budget. I said this before and I'm still saying it again. We need to show these guys our budget is prepared. We need to show them how our citizen budget looks like. Ama nyinyi mnasema aje? Hii mambo ya kukaa mahali, kutupangia budget inatoka treasury, ashatoa policy framework yake vile anataka ikae, iende kwa MPs wenye ni captured parliament, watuletee budget yao na finance bill yao, wakuja wachukue maoni kwa finance bill na waweke kwa public participation na waweke kwa dustbin, lazima ishe. Hizo views zetu kwa public participation zinakaa kwa dustbin tukimaliza kutoka. Wanatuitaga ndio tupigwe mapicha. So we need to prepare our own budget. Ama nyinyi mnaona aje? And we need to prepare our own finance bill. In fact, I'm proposing that we need to scrap the finance bill. There are countries that do not have an annual finance bill. And those countries are doing just fine. Most of them are actually first world countries. Hakuna kitu inasema lazima tukue na finance bill kila mwaka. Ama nyinyi mnataka hii stress ya kila mwaka? We need to have a predictable tax regime that is amended twice or once a year. Hii inaweza fanywa na tax amendment laws or appropriation acts. Si lazima tukue na finance bill kila mwaka. Na nikimaliza, kwa vijana wenye tuko hapa, ni kama mimi si wasulubishi, lakini ni kama we have lost the momentum. Hii kukua leaderless imetuweka mahali pabaya. It has helped us achieve a lot. It has had its advantages. But we get to the point where we call ourselves into a meeting and realize that the structurelessness that we have had has been our biggest undoing.
Okay.
Getting to 2027, we need to mobilize differently, we need to organize differently. And I'll repeat something I said before. Anger without direction will be noise. And campaigns and elections are not won on good ideas alone. They are also won on ideas that are funded. We need to get back to politics, and we need to start our own party. We need to start our own movement. We need to finance ourselves. Kwa sababu hao watu mnaenda kushindana na wao wanakuja na pesa yao. Mnahitaji pesa ya posters, mnahitaji pesa hata ya microphone kama hii, mnahitaji pesa ya speakers. We can crowdfund to raise this money. Hao watu mnaenda kushindana nao hapa mbele, our campaign na baiskeli.
Okay.
Mmenielewa? So we need to get this done, we can do it. Sasa kwa sababu mtu mmoja alitoroka na pesa yetu, imaanishi sisi wengine wote tutatoroka na pesa yenu. We need to get this done.
Thank you. Whoever has the mic, please. Yes, speak. Speak if you have the mic. Confirm if it's on.
Thank you. Mine is just to echo what the guy has said, but to also highlight something in the finance bill. Kenya is majorly an agriculture country and also service. Ukiangalia finance bill vizuri, they are taxing two major sectors. The services, in terms of innovations, in terms of mobile phones, in terms of rental units. Then when it comes to the agriculture, they have tried to do this in the 2024 finance bill. Now they have sneaked it back into the 2026 finance bill. There's something called the craft paper. They are proposing a 25% excise duty on the craft paper. Why is this very significant? Craft paper, as a country that relies on agriculture, wale watu, unaona carton, the boxes, those boxes that the agricultural guys are exporting on, what they use for packaging, the government is proposing a 25% excess duty on it. So what does that mean? It means the margin for the farmers who are trying to export these products outside the country, it are reduced. There's also something that they tried in the last finance bill, whereby they say that the donor-funded projects, so donor amekuja mahali kama Kibra, Dandora, amepropose kutengeneza shule, kutengeneza choo.
Yes.
He has just proposed to build something. So they had some tax relief for donor-funded projects. But in this finance bill, if you look at it keenly, that is withdrawn. So inamaanisha donor sasa akikuja kutengeneza kitu pale mtaa, he can't get the tax relief. So what does that mean? It means that the donors can't come with projects pale mtaa za kukubenefit. Thank you.
Thank you for that. You will respond. We finish the questions and then the panelists respond to the questions. Yes, Juliet.
I moved here so that I can see people. I was behind there. So good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Juliet. Today I will wear the kofia of an active citizen. My question to this plenary: how many of us organize ourselves apart from kuitwa na organizations kwa kikao kama hiki mtaani? Show of hands. Wangapi wanakaanga na majirani zao na hesabu 1 2 3 and Sonia, I want you to see this. How many of us organize ourselves kwa neighborhood, nyumba 10, sijui ni jumuiya, sijui ni fellowship, mnakaa mna discuss finance bill, mnakaa mna discuss matters of the less than a quarter.
Okay.
Less than a quarter. And the reason I have asked this is because wakati hatujiorganize, and another word for politics ni kuorganize. So haribu jina politics by the way we define it. Politics is how we organize ourselves. So when we do not, we are all politicians. So when we do not organize ourselves, tunapangwa. Na ndio maana tukikuja kikao kama hiki, tutaongea hizi vitu zote, alafu tutaenda mwaka ingine tutakuja tena tusome tena finance bill, tufanye hivyo hivyo. Wangapi wale ambao tumeanza kujipanga na wale hatujaanza kujipanga? Can we do citizen manifestos?
Okay.
Citizen manifestos. Sawa sawa. People have spoken here. Abraham Rugo said, swali ni kwa nini? Si ndio? Swali ni kwa nini? Mimi nataka watu waandike memos. Wacha ile tisa itapeleka. Kila mtu andike. Watu wapeleke hizo memos. Zinapelekwa kwa clerk, zinapelekwa through email pia. Sawa sawa?
Yes.
Andika ukiuliza kwa nini. Peana memo hapa, lakini sisi wote tuandikeni. To flood parliament with your swali kwa nini, kwa nini, kwa nini, kwa nini, kwa nini. How many of us attended the budget the committee hearing? Ilikuwa utawala. Wangapi tuliona hiyo notice kwanza?
Hakuna.
Wangapi tuliona notice? The budget appropriations committee was in utawala to listen to the public. Wangapi tuliona notice? Kwa hivyo hakuna mtu alienda kutoka hapa.
Yes.
So that forum was getting the public to understand, to give the committee maoni yao. So kama hatufuati hizi vitu, tunaweza kuwa tu kusikia, kwa sababu wakati tulisikia, hata mimi nilienda na nikauliza, I asked Owino, Babu Owino, mbona mmeilete huku? Akasema kulikuwa na places zingine 3 walieka, na mimi sikuona, hatukuona hizo notices. So when we do not participate, the people that go there ndio watafanya nini? Maoni yao yatuchukuliwa. Sisi kwa budget space tunasemanga decisions are made by those who are present. So wakati hatuko pale, wale watakuwa pale ndio wata nini. So I am an angry citizen.
Okay.
When I was 19, tuliona watu 19 na wako hapa, na tumesikia hiyo ndio population ya Kenya, si ndio? When I was 19, many sijui miaka ngapi imeisha ama shosho nao. So when I was 19, I thought by the time I am 40, 50, Nairobi itakuwa inakaa kama London. In my head. In my head. And that is what got me interested in this space. Now that I am 50, Nairobi inakaa
Singapore.
Hata sijaenda Singapore, nataka kwenda Singapore. In Singapore. Yo, Singapore. Pool. Nairobi inakaa hivyo. So wale mnasemanga wakukuja,
okay.
What Nairobi do you want to see? Ile Nairobi tunaona saa hii.
Summarize, Juliet.
Yes, namalizapo. So nataka mkasirike. Vile tumeambua, hizi vikao ni za kutukasirisha. So kama mtoki hapa kama mmekasirika, enough to start organizing. The last speaker amesema, can we organize? No, President is here. Alikuwa ameketi mahali. President amesema tujipangeni. And we don't need a lot of money.
Okay.
If ule mtu ambaye mnaenda kuchagua haelewi finance bill kukushinda,
abaki home.
Sawa. Hata asiingie. So let us organize ourselves hapo mtaani, base, and we can do it. Asante.
Thank you, Juliet. I believe we only have one person left. Yes.
My name is Davis. Na mimi nilikuwa naomba kuongea juu ya maneno ya KRA. You know, KRA is the major tax agency in this country. And one of the panelists there said that it does not even meet targets for the past 8 years. So as a group and as a forum here, I want to ask you why KRA every year or every annual year, KRA holds a party or even jamborees. Wanafanya party ambayo wanakula 200 million shillings per 2 days. At the same time, KRA staff are paid bonuses according to their ranks, yet they have not met the targets that are intended for. That's question number 1. Number 2, you talked about multinationals having reduced to 30% their taxes. That is a corporation tax. And I was also asking a question why non-residents who are having rental income in the country, why are they not having the same as multinationals so that they reduce the taxes so that these people can build so many houses because they have got finance so that they can house Kenyans? The last question goes, and I will talk about Jesus, who said that you have to give Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and you have to give God what belongs to God. When you go to Italy, especially in the Vatican City, church tax is paid, religious tax. Na hapa Kenya tuko na makanisa mengi sana. Hata kanisa ingine unapata one Sunday inatoa 10 million shillings. Monday wanaescort wanapeleka kwa bank. Why are they not taxed?
Thank you for those. Collins, please pass the mic to, I think Mary had a feedback. We were collecting questions. Na tukamaliza. We only had 7 people. That is the hands that I saw initially. I am also trying to catch up with time so that then I don't keep us here for so long. Mary, you wanted to respond to Emily.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mary.
This is Agnes. Yeah.
Sorry.
So I'd want to start with the issue of Mitumba clothes that one president mentioned. So there were a number of finance bills that went out. Some were white, but as we said, we are following the green one. So according to the green copy, the 5% tax on Mitumba clothes, and it was supposed to be based on the custom value. Custom value meaning the amount of custom duty you pay, or the amount of custom duty, the amount of value for your goods that is used to assess the custom duty payable at the port as they come in. The tax proposed that Mutumba people pay 5% of the custom value. So that was not in the green copy. And whatever tax is in the current green copy that pertains to Mitumba clothes is VAT. So currently the VAT rate on Mitumba clothes is standard rate, that is 16%. The bill proposes to move that to exempt. So I think the CS was correct to say that currently there is no tax on Mitumba clothes in the green copy of the bill. That's number one. Then number two, I think I'd mentioned on the question about non-resident entities whose tax has been reduced from that 7.5% to 30%. This is specific for non-resident entities in the oil and gas industry. So those are the ones whose tax is being proposed to be moved from that 7.5 to 30%. Yes, thank you.
Yes, who has the second mic? Yes.
Martha Nyamo, I'm from the Kiambu Civil Society Network. Betty asked a question about kuna report imefanywa na Oxfam on inequalities. Na wanasema there's a population of 125 people who have the most wealth. Sindio? But then tukiangalia kwa article 1 inasema all sovereign power belongs to who? To the citizen. Does it mean that the 125 most wealthy in this country have power? Have more power than us? I'll give you an example. I attended a public participation in 2023 when the new government came in. One of the items that they were pushing to budget for was 120 million to build houses for the governor, deputy, and speaker of county assembly. Mimi nikauliza swali, nikiwa tu peke yangu, nikauliza, tumetoka kwa elections, na before that tulikuwa tumetoka COVID. Kweli, 120 million tunafaa tuibudgetie nyumba, when at that time kulikuwa na ECD class in my ward, ilikuwa na watoto 100, class moja, 100. watoimia. Niliambiwa ma MCs walikuwa wakasema, oh, unapiga gavana wewe, unataka kuvuruga, utaki watu wapate maendeleo. I learned my lesson. Nikiwa peke yangu, sitasongesha vitu. So the organization that we work with, the networks we work with in Kiambu County, currently we host about 500 community groups within Kiambu County. Tukasema, hivyo ndivyo mnasema. 2024 tukaanguka ground. Tukafanya civic education, alafu tukasema kila community group lazima iparticipate kwa budget. Tutaandika submission from Larry to Goliba. Out of the submissions that we made in 60 wards, 82% of our submissions were put for budget allocation. All sovereign
power.
We must organize. Lazima tu organize. Usiende peke yako. Tafadhali. Shikana na mko kwa groups, mko kwa chamas, mko kwa sports, mko kwa soko, mko kwa biashara. Shikeni kwa biashara so that mkiongea mkiwa watu 50, hata kama ni mtu mmoja anaenda anasema nawakilisha wafanyikazi wa Gikomba, wanajua hapo kuna watu 1000. We must organize, and all sovereign power belongs to the people. And haipungui because you delegate. Thank you.
Okay. I think that's what we have, unless there's someone, not a question. There were comments that were given, and there was one that was tying on why KRA staff get bonuses yet how achieve what is entirely their mandate for the year. That's a good one. And our reminder that we have to take up civic action. Is that a question or a comment? Okay. Collins, please make it brief. Brief, kindly.
I shall be as brief.
Okay.
I think my name is Sophie Mugurenje.
Yes.
I'm National Youth League Chair for PM Party. I'm saying the thing I have not heard us talk about is the participation of IMF and World Bank in our financial decisions as a country. There's something that Diana said here about a report that IMF gave to Kenya when they were suspending their program with us. And one of the recommendations that they gave for them to come back into a program with us was an increase in consumption tax. And consumption tax is excess duty and income tax and VAT. So if you look at this current finance bill, everything that is increased is excess duty, income tax, and VAT. That's your homework.
Okay. That's a good homework, being that part of IMF and World Bank is part of what OCOA does their advocacy around. But I was saying that there are reminders that we have been reminded here. Take up civic action. Tufanye ka small homework and then uende ukifanya your civic duty as a Kenyan citizen. The next part of this program, which hopefully is going to be brief, we have just 2 more segments left where we have the call to action that's going to give us remarks on actions that we must take. And probably that's going to come from the recommendations we've had here in the room. Secondly, it's going to be done by 2 persons. We have Reverend Jane McKenna. I am hoping she is in the room. We have Reverend Jane McKenna. We also have Reverend Mary Mwango, who is in the room amongst the 2. Yes, please take the stage. Please welcome her with a clap. Immediately after Mary, we will be having our closing remarks from one of OCOA's partners.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. I'll do my best to be as brief as possible. My name is Mary Mwangi, and I'm here on behalf of NCCK. We are 2 of us. My colleague is outside. I'll just read whatever we have been given to say on behalf of the council. And the first one is, tumesikia hapa, tunasema, we stop the overburdening of citizens through taxation. Si tumesikia maneno? So bado ni insist kama council that we stop the overburdening of citizens through taxation. Ya pili yenye tumekuja nayo, our call to action from NCCK is we wage a real war on corruption. Tumesikia in as much as we are collecting a lot of money from the people and the citizen, kuna loopholes mingi. So we are calling for a wage of corruption. The third point is anchor governance in ethical leadership. Not once or twice, the council has tried as much as possible to call EACC, kuitisha watu, and they are calling them to action because we believe in ethical leadership. The fourth one is reform fuel pricing and energy governance for affordability and justice. Tunaamka asubuhi moja, tunasikia mafuta imepanda. So it's a call for us as a council, even to the people today, we reform the fuel pricing, energy governance for affordability and justice. And I want to read a quote here that is saying, no Kenya should be forced to choose between buying food and affording transport to work, school, or government, or hospital. Affordable, clean and transparent governed energy is central to economic justice and the dignity of every citizen. The fifth one is we restore a fiscal discipline and accountability. We are calling people who have been elected to accountability. Tumechagua MCA, tunajua kazi yake ni gani, are they doing whatever they are saying? That is what we do as a council. We have MPs, and this is what we do. When someone says, I want to be elected as an MCA in this year or in next year, or nataka kusimama, tunamuulizanga, leta manifesto yako, you explain it to the people. After you explain it to the people, then whatever we do, we call them to action. Haya, tuambie, ulikuwa umesema utafanya hivi, are you doing whatever you are saying? Sijui kama tunaelewana. That is what we try as much as possible to do because we are calling for accountability to the people. The other one is protect and prioritize social spending. Unaamka tu asubuhi unasikia pesa imetumika, sijui mandazi imekuliwa, sijui ya pesa ngapi, ya milioni ngapi, sijui choo imetengenezwa ya pesa ngapi. All these one, we as the council, we are doing as much as possible to call it out so that we may protect and prioritize social spending. The seventh one is to strengthen independent institutions. Up to this moment, we know that some of the institutions, they are not independent. Si tunajua hata IABC, is we still question about that. And because we are headed to that part, it's a call for us to strengthen institutional independent institutions. The last one is institutionalize citizen participation. We do as much as possible to call and invite people, tunaoita ufungamano, or even in other places, so that we can have citizen public participation and civic education. And why we do this is, tunataka ule shosho ako nyumbani aelewe. Sijui kama tunaelewana hivyo. Yes, why is it after this conversation, what will it happen? How will my grandmother understand akiwa ushago, whatever is happening in these spaces? May the Lord bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mary. I know tumekaa sana, si ndio? But conversation haijabo. Ama tumeboeka. I have noticed seats are getting empty. The room is getting emptier. So I want to do my best to wind this up as much as possible, or as fast as possible. So I want to welcome one of our core Uchumi partners, Cornelius Oduor, the Deputy Executive Director from KHRC, to help us close the meeting. Please make your way to the stage. Makofi kwake. Na ile energy ya 9, sio ya sahi.
Asante sana kwa makofi haya. Because we already passed the time we were supposed to be here, let me make it brief. As already indicated, I'm Cornelius Oduor. I work at the Kenya Human Rights Commission. Kenya Human Rights Commission is a member of Okoa Uchumi campaign. And I think we've done well so far. So by way of closing, I think a number of things emerged from morning up to now that I just wanted to point out before I make our final call. It's generally agreed and understood from this conference that we are relatively a young population with an average population age of 19 years. And therefore, it means the majority of our people are still young, are looking forward to getting quality and reliable public services. And therefore, the place of budgeting becomes very important, because if the government does not proactively budget for the larger segment of the population that are largely poor and young, then it means we'll be missing a lot in terms of addressing the needs of the marginalized and the most vulnerable. We've also been reminded that 40% of Kenyans are living below poverty line, 40%, meaning that if you are 10 million Kenyans, 4 million Kenyans cannot make a square meal per day. That means breakfast, lunch, and supper. Most of us probably are surviving with only one meal. Now, the other important thing that also emerged from the discussions here is that we are living beyond our means. How is it that our budget is increasingly growing? We are talking of 4.8 trillion budget, of which quite a huge sum of money to finance that budget will be borrowed domestically and from foreign actors and countries. I think what we need to do as a country is to see how we can do a physical consolidation. When the CS Treasury came to office, he did promise as a zero-based budget. That means starting from zero, starting from scratch. We need to reset and really ask ourselves whether the things we are budgeting for over the years are really important. Dr. Abraham did draw our attention to the amount of money we are just using to finance the bureaucracy, the administration and the operational expenses of government. If we are serious about our country, I think we need to go to the drawing board and ask ourselves whether the structure, the administrative structure we put in place, both at the national and the county level, whether it's really serving us. Otherwise, we'll be paying money to just finance the bureaucracy at the expense of critical services. So with this, it calls for strengthened civilian oversight. Sisi kama wananchi lazima tufungue macho. We must open our eyes wide, because we have a parliament that is not ready to do its work. Where was parliament when this country increased its borrowing? Up to now, we are talking of almost in excess of 11 trillion Kenya shillings. This borrowing is not sustainable. And I think if parliament was doing its role, then it will curtail the appetite to continue borrowing money, and some of these monies borrowed are also not applied effectively. I think we talked about the misapplication of taxes through bloated public service, and much of the money is going into paying wages and other non-essential services. So we call upon citizens to really join us as Okoa Uchumi to push our ideas, our agendas, when this period that has been opened by National Assembly. Let's give us many memorandums, ideas on how these budgets needs to be revised, if at all Parliament listens. But if they don't listen, I think we have other options to see to it that we get the right budget that fits the interests and the will of Kenyans. So as Okoa Uchumi, we will be able to consolidate all the views that we picked in this forum, channel them through Parliament by way of a memorandum, but thereafter we are calling upon Kenyans to follow the implementation of the budget. I think Dr. Abraham Rugo did point out in the morning, it's not only in the elections that we are supposed to be active to know what's happening around us as citizens. We need to follow through implementation of policies. One of the key policy documents is the budget itself, because the budget outlines how the government wants to spend the resources it collects from us. We are the taxpayers. We must not only pay taxes as a responsibility, but also track the implementation and the utilization of taxes. With those few remarks, I want to thank you all and wish you all well as we engage in the budget process. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you, Cornelius, for summarizing much of all the recommendations that were coming out from both the audience and the panelists of the day. As we wind up, I wouldn't want to belabor much on what Cornelius has called upon us to do. We have been reminded that don't just wait for elections. Next year tutakuwa sisi wote tunachukua hiyo 1,000 bob, si ndio? Sasa hii bado tuko kwa 200, 50, 500. Next year tutapanda bei. Zishapanda, tushafika 1,000. Okay. So as we wait for that season, there is also an implementation of a budget that's continuing. And if none of us is keeping an eye on it, tutakuja tu hapa next year tuseme we didn't see where the financial year 2026, 2027 ilienda. So please keep an eye on everything that is within your area. I want to take this opportunity to thank you all for coming. Thank you for staying all the way to almost 3. We had initially wanted to end this at 1:30, but we are here more than an hour later trying to wind it up. But with that, we don't take your time for granted. We really do appreciate and apologize for the time that we have taken beyond what you had committed yourself to. With that, I'd request we stand and wind up with the national anthem. Betty, please come and help us. You'll do the first stanza of the English. Are you ready?
O God of all creation, bless thee so.
Thank you, Betty. One final announcement. As we go for lunch, we will only use one exit, which is the exit at the back. Kindly, someone to help me close that for ease of instruction following. Have a blessed day and enjoy the rest of your day. Mm-hmm.